Good morning, Vietnam. On this fine day 16, we will begin with a Newton bomb. Oh, there we go.
Newton bomb.
Newton bomb. Hold on, this is the wrong day. Newton bomb. Will be 2100. And Newton bomb.
Where did we go?
Ready?
Oh god, gotta get that out. Yes. 3 Newton bomb. Yes. Oh, 3 Newton. Oh. Ah. Oh, 50. An 8-pack?
I do have an 8-pack. Oh, I'm feeling dizzy.
Takari.
Okay. I just 150 bomb in the bag. Second order of business.
Squats.
Click on the crab.
Second order of business, squats.
And third order of business is I can't do squats because my pants are gonna rip. Huh. Hmm. I've done a lot of push-ups. Like 0.
Squats.
I did 2 and then my pants ripped. I think the first thing that we should do is figure out what the goal is of this phase. The main thing that I can think of is prompt engineering, so the LLM knows what to do with each type of user input, and essentially give it instructions on how to target towards the data structure that exists currently inside of the North Star. I think basically we should go through all of the different types of input for all the different section branches that I already defined, and essentially tell it how to handle each of the different cases. And yeah, and then basically go from there. And I think that's basically it, right? Essentially, the user just gets an input, or the user provides an input. That input gets passed to an LLM via an API. The LLM has some sort of prompt that gets passed along with the user's input, which is voice to text. Based on the input, the LLM needs to know how to parse that data and map it according to the input capture layer and then the deliverable template layer for both templates and schedules. And then, yeah, I think that's basically it, right? And then after we figure that out, it's basically, okay, how does the UI actually draw the schedule and the templates? And I think that's basically the entirety of what we need to figure out here in phase 3. Ba, 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 ba. Mhm. Yeah, that's spot on. So I basically boiled it down to there's 4 types of user inputs that we care about. So the user gives an input, and that splits into 2 branches. The input either makes sense or doesn't make sense. So for the nonsense branch, that would break down into silence, meaning the user like tapped the microphone and then didn't actually say anything. And then the other case is when they give some sort of non-language input, like some sort of gibberish or something that's unintelligible. In both of those cases, essentially no data should be recorded. The LLM should just tell the user a message that is specific to that nonsense case. So for the non-language one, the prompt that the user should get back is something along the lines of "I couldn't understand what you said," and then in the silence case, it should be something along the lines of "I can't hear what you said." Um, then on the other side, for the branch that does make sense, there's 2 cases. One is where the agent is unsure of how to do a mapping to our data structure. In that case, the user should get a response something along the lines of the agent doesn't know what to do, and then essentially request for another input. And then the other case is where the agent does know how to do the parsing, which would then fall under all the further categories of what you just explained. Basically, then for that case where it does make sense and the agent can do a mapping, we then need to define the rules for all of the cases. And we should definitely go case by case. We should essentially be working through all of the examples that live inside of the North Star and making sure that the LLM has prompts in order to be able to handle all of those cases. And then as we go along those examples, we may think of even more edge cases and essentially just build the prompt in a way that the user can handle all of the different types of user inputs. Really just starting the day off like this with fucking German techno?
Probably.
Oh, making sure.
Huh?
Making sure.
What?
Just making sure.
You're probably gonna leave.
If you have a problem with this, you really don't have to stay. Honestly.
know what? I don't think you're right for the job.
You know what?
Right, but
This company might not be right for you. And I think you should just exit. There will be no compensation.
I wanted to actually further. Right now is the fucking screen, and that route you to my page. No background, no logo at the top. Bottom. On the several things the left in owning stuff like back navigation. Start from blank just to the bottom.
Mm.
Spots.
Mm-mm. Loose.
Like this. This color. Yeah. I always like black, so I gray. I like it. Yeah, that's better than what we have.
Mm-hmm.
You establish a fucking color palette. Yeah, you're fucking six colors.
You know what you should do? At the template level, you should make it as well. Like a dark mode, no way.
Just what do? You establish color palette, 6, 7 colors.
They only ever use these colors, yeah.
Dark mode, and then what you need.
Color palette. Yep. 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 Do it. Okay, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, I can't prompt the UI to do that.
No, imagine prompting a UI to do
How
that.
do I do it though?
Imagine prompting for UI.
Well, you don't prompt UI.
You don't prompt for
You do
UI,
it.
not in 2.6.
How do you get UI then?
You don't. You don't. Figma does it automatically.
How does it know?
It just
Prompt
knows. You're asking all the wrong questions.
Video with Figma just
It just knows, yeah.
got on a piece of paper and it knows.
Yeah, that's how it works. You actually just think it, and it just knows what you're thinking.
Oh,
Oh, let's go. Yep, that sounds perfect. Point me to where in the North Star I should look, where we should begin, and then give me a clear step-by-step execution map that we can go about developing the entirety of Phase 3. Bow, bow, bow.
Do you have any like dreams?
You think you have enough context in the North Star to just do this yourself? Or do you need me to actually go through it with you? This should be the easy part. It should be able to do this on its own. And then when I test, I should basically be able to figure out what it didn't do right. I'm pretty much gonna be at the point soon where I need this. I shit. Else I'll be stuck.
This
And then I'll just, and then just give me a schedule button with a blank page.
Like just delete the schedule page. Is that what you're doing? Right?
Trying to think, like, probably I should just build it from scratch.
No functionality tied to it. Is back end data and
Like, there kind of is functionality, some of it, like the whole like AM PM inference button, like happening, like there is some stuff, but I can rebuild it. It's like,
I mean,
I'm gonna tell it.
just merge it. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell it that if we're gonna be deleting it and to make track of like the functionality that exists. So if I want to rebuild it, I can plan for it.
Here's the fucking theme, new whatever. Apply it.
Yeah, that might. But then I don't know. I feel like you get a lot of bullshit if you do it that way. Yeah, go ahead and do that. I just want to make sure that you're working in the new file. You're not actually writing to the LifeOS Northstar file right now. You should be working in a separate phase 3 contracts file. Go ahead and do the first phase 3 draft, and then give me a full description of what it is that you actually did inside of that draft, and then we'll walk through that entire file together.
Okay. Oh, color thing. Look, letters. Look.
Maybe it's a combo of those colors.
Look at it like normally. Wow.
It's literally 1 pixel, like you literally get. Right? Or maybe it's just a color.
Orange.
What?
What orange do you think is better?
That one. Depends where it's text.
Oh, not text.
Find
like
that one.
Line or like the logo or the accent.
I would
But right
say
now,
they're
this
both
is
good.
this is the color on our app.
Try both. Say these are the two options for orange, and then what it is, tell it which one. I'll just have more.
Wait,
Our app. You don't have a button for it. Gotta tell it there's a button. I don't know why you tried to keep
on move it all.
complete patch everything.
Everything.
I would have kept the file in the main. I would have made it a branch, then delete everything and rebuilt it. Time you want to go reference, look at the main. Maybe you add the button now. Actually,
These are these are
I would ask it. Say, okay, what actually? First, what's that's the stuff to run. Outside components. What of these can be banned? Scratch and then all that.
O arrow.
What I would do then is I would go. I would
Show you. It's all tied in together with branch.
I would close all this. Entirely. Pull from the main, then delete that branch contents.
No. Very old.
That have the exact function.
Oh, you're just
Oh no. Or pull from your branch and like delete all this, re-pull your branch.
don't need to. My branch is there. It exists. Just iterating on this.
I would start fresh though. I would close this chat, everything in here, that's not API key. Basically, tell it what file. All it's free. Get the root.
Why did this change? Add it from
I don't know. Like honestly, all of the repo for it. We just go into a fresh file right now. Apply and I'll. So yeah, brand new. Nothing to do. All I want to do is build a page. This shit at the bottom. That's it. Well, I don't- Basically, what you want to save all of the context, record, anything relating to it.
No, I know. I just want to delete all the pages and
Honestly, I would maybe just
Functional.
delete everything.
like just think of what you did, what we had to do. Fucking change. Never.
I don't even know. Okay, so for sure, what needs to be deleted is components, div navigation, what we want, types, all the other stuff. Probably.
Hey, you know what? Change direction. I want to essentially scratch the entire app and
You know what? We're actually just gonna scrap it and shut the business down.
like the chat's full. It says
Yeah, a lot. Anytime you do something not related
it
to that
is
work,
related though. It's stripping it down to it.
yeah, but now you might.
Well, instead of doing that,
Pretty sure it will make a new chat.
it does. But...
Right.
You know, we're gonna go. Oh, awesome!
Hmm.
Really good stuff. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Happen. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. So I think we're actually gonna head. Basically, I want to snap down. Pages, component, app function. Records, modules, all scratch. Start from scratch in terms of the size of that. Wired app.
Games.
Oh, it feels.
Huh.
Okay, I think I'm gonna need you to massage my chops.
What?
I think I'm gonna need you.
Yeah,
to massage
I'm
my
gonna need
chops.
you to like get some baby oil and like just really rub me down.
Good.
What? What? Did you say you hear that?
What?
Sorry, couldn't hear anything you said. Okay. Transfer contracts. This.
Did you ever get like strained back in the
Yes. Yes.
ear? Why?
It's.
Bad.
But we're doing a lot of push-ups.
Mine's bad right now.
We're doing a lot of push-ups. So the chest muscles pull like this.
It's only this side. I know. All the time.
My traps down into like it's bad.
Literally ever since leagues.
Yep.
Like 2 weeks after league started,
Cranked.
it went bad.
Ugh.
Oh, it's so bad. So uncomfortable.
Want to sit?
Stand and walk, fine. Don't feel it at all. The moment I fucking mouse, like, so uncomfortable.
Yeah, my coffee needs to be cranked.
Yeah, I mean,
We have
coffee too.
Snell Jong En Dunjas J. Hi. Hello. Did I say your name right? I'm sure I did. First cursor user. What do you see people usually using nowadays?
I can do it.
On Twitch. Oh, I just disconnected from RuneScape. Yeah, it's just RuneScape. VS Code with Claude. Yeah, I mean, it's literally the same thing. There's no difference. This is literally VS Code with
here?
Claude.
Right in the middle of my fucking thinking prompts.
Like literally the same thing.
Internet on?
I do pay for Cursor, yeah.
You're not talking to anybody.
I am.
Internet's not connected.
It is.
No,
It is.
no, I know. Look, yours
Dude, the
frozen.
stream is still running.
Now it
It's
is.
just RuneScape. I don't know, man, but this guy's responding to me, so he must be responding. Must be hearing me. I have the Pro plan, but we may actually be upgrading to the Max plan. The reason I prefer Cursor over VS Code plus like Claude or whatever is because Cursor gives you all of the LLMs. So depending on what task you're doing, you can pick like the best model for that task, and then it ends up being a bit more cost effective that way. Because like if I want to do UI work, say with Gemini or whatever, like I don't want to pay for a $60 Gemini plan just to do some UI work. Like I only need like 2% of my tokens on Cursor for that, and then the rest maybe I use like Claude or whatever. Depends what I'm doing. Like I would say for really simple stuff, just leave it on auto, and it'll do a good job. Whether it uses Composer 2 or it picks like Claude or OpenAI, it doesn't really matter. Like it does pretty good for simple stuff. If I'm doing more complex reasoning, it's definitely either GPT or Opus. And then I find so far I've seen the best performance for UI probably from Gemini. I think it did things the quickest. Got it right the quickest. Yeah, I've heard more people saying recently that the GPT model is working better as of recently compared to Claude. There's some speculation that they dialed back on Claude's thinking in the last. I heard about it like maybe like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month. But yeah, that sounds about right. So you're using GPT for everything? Yeah, yeah. I think it's not a huge difference between GPT and Opus. They're pretty similar, but I don't know. It's hard to say. It's so close. Depends on the day. Depends what you ask it. Like, not a huge difference, I would say. They're pretty comparable. Okay, let me see what this said here. Yeah, I'm working on an operating system, but not like in the traditional sense that you would be thinking about. Like, not like Windows. It's an operating system for your life, and basically what that means is it's a way for humans and LLMs to interact on a day-to-day basis to essentially optimize your life through, scheduling, coaching. You get real-time feedback based on like energy context, mood context, stuff like that. I'll show you the idea. Hold on. Yeah, just me. I started it myself, and then a bit after I started, I started working with him as well. So this is it's a mobile first app. Hold on. I may have broken this because I'm doing stuff right now. Hold on, let's see if it still works. I might not be able to show you right now because I'm in the middle of doing something and it's probably broke. Something else, let me see. And my internet is also acting up right now, I can tell.
This
Yeah, like I'm losing connection, I can see in this video game here. I think it's an internet issue I'm experiencing right now.
this
You have a black background. On white, you might see it. Black, you're not. I live in Toronto. Sorry, this is I'm having an internet issue right now. That's what's going on. You can see how it says connection lost on the game on the left. But I'll just explain to you verbally, and then another time I see you followed me, so thanks for that. But if you check back in, I'll demonstrate it to you next time. It's just a part of the brand I'm trying to go for. Like I'm trying to do marketing ahead of time and get people to come watch and take interest. And I don't know. I feel like a part of the whole vibe coding thing is like the idea of it, right? Is like you don't have to do anything, right? Which is obviously not true, as I'm sure you know, because you actually do it. But the idea, the social construct around what vibe coding is you just whatever build my app and then it does it in one shot and you sit there and play video games, right? So I'm kind of playing into that, have the video games open, just like the vibe coding culture kind of thing. Make people feel like it's this magical thing, when obviously you and I know that it's not. But anyways, let me just forget about this for now and go back to what I was doing because my internet is like actually tweaking. I'll demonstrate it to you another time. This is the first time I've had internet issues in probably like 6 months. So what are you building?
internet fuck.
I don't know. Like I think the stream is still up. Nell Jong.
Does it have to do with cursor at all?
No,
No.
no.
How
Can you
would
hear me still? Like, is my stream still good?
Black.
We're not sure if our internet is like totally down or what's going on. Smarter quote solution for installation companies in the Netherlands. Cool. How's that going? You guys finding success? Cool. That's awesome. I studied physics in university, so flight simulation is kind of up that alley. Good, good.
Chemist though.
Yeah, we have internet. There's just something weird going on.
No.
Could be RuneScape. Like that.
No.
That's good. Yeah. What would you say? What was the thing that made it work? If you had any advice for somebody starting a startup, what took you from the beginning to where you actually have a company that's making money? You got employees working for you. What would you say worked? Right. So don't just sell to people that are buying now. Make sure you are creating warm leads for the future, kind of thing. So mostly things that boil down to sales and marketing, not actual like app production, which is usually what I hear from people. Making the product is obviously not easy, but it's less important than actually, doing the sales side of things correctly. Yeah, I actually have a background in sales, which I did very well in, so um yeah, I would say the coding is my less experienced area. I actually have no real prior experience in coding. I'm just figuring it out as I go. It's going well, I would say. But yeah, I definitely have more strength in the personal side with sales, marketing, stuff like that. So both. Our initial campaign is going to be more targeted B2B. We're going to be targeting fitness coaches. And essentially the pitch is going to be makes their lives easier, and also it's a more attractive sale for the clients that they're trying to prospect, meaning like if somebody is going to use them as a fitness coach and they have access to the software, the client is like way more attracted to the offer. So they should essentially be able to sign more clients than the cost of our product. And then on top of it, they also have a lot lighter workload with actually managing their clients and doing the fitness coach related work because our app essentially automates the entire process. So that's our first B2B target. And then it's obviously really in the long term a B2C app, like it's something that's meant for everyone. But entering a B2C market is a lot harder than B2B. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch like a B2B campaign, and then in later hours in the day, we're probably going to literally go door to door and just knock on doors and show it to people and try to get people to sign up at their door. Literally, we're going to open the app store, say, here's an app we built. This is what it does. Do you want to try it? And that's basically it. But
Can't log in?
I haven't tried.
Right. Dude, it's like very weird.
It's logging me in and then it logs me out. That's what happened last time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think door to door is a good channel because it's like telecom, right? Like when you knock on someone's door and you're selling telecom, everybody has a cell phone. So it's the same idea with this product. It's like everybody can use a life operating system app. Like not necessarily everyone will want to, but at least they're potentially qualified, right? Like you can sell to everyone at every house. So I think it's the right type of channel for B2C. And then over time, Whoop and Amaze. I know Whoop. I don't know Amazfit, but I'm assuming that's maybe some Amazon ripoff of Whoop or something. I don't know, but I know Whoop. Long term, though, we do have a vision for hardware where our app will integrate with our own like version of Whoop, basically that keeps track of similar things that Whoop does. Yeah, like it's either we're gonna have some sort of integration with them or just build it ourselves. And yeah, like my vision is like Apple. Like I want to keep everything in house. Like I just want it to all be one thing. I don't want to. I don't want to like integrate with anything other than my own stuff. And the only thing I want my software to rely on is LLMs. Other than that, I want to do everything. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, long term, that's a part of the plan. Oh well. Yeah, long term, that's kind of the vision. Yeah, so this looks really good actually. I think I'm gonna let it try to do this on its own. Requesty.ai. Okay, I'll check it out later. Cool. How is it any different than like just going directly to like OpenAI or like Cursor or something like that? Okay, all of that looks good. I think that's a pretty solid plan. Why don't we go through these section by section now and actually implement the full details of what that section would entail? Let's keep all of this work inside of the same Life OS Phase 3 transfer contracts file. So basically, within each section you've defined, just continue writing underneath what already exists within that section and add any of the extra context you would need, whether it be some sort of API logic or LLM prompt or whatever. And then as you go section by section, I'll read it over and we'll go one by one and work together.
Oh
On my mic. Oh, hold on. Wait, stop talking. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll check it out. For now, like Cursor makes sense for me because it's essentially a cheaper way to get all of the models than doing VS Code and then having all the models independently. Like, really, the most flexible workspace is VS Code, and then you just buy your own like API use, but it just costs more. If I didn't care about money and it was no concern, I would just go on VS Code like you are right now and get all the max plans and just do whatever. My cursor's working, but
Is it?
not. But the stream is running, so
I don't make no sense.
how much do I want to pay for AI? Like, I would say like right now we're paying like 60 US. Like ideally, like at most, I would say like at this stage, like yeah, anywhere between like 60 and like 200 max, I would say. But we're kind of getting away with our usage at 60 right now. Like probably two separate pro plans if we juggle them would be enough. No, we're good so far. Like if we had the max plan on Cursor, which is like 200, we would have no issue, like for sure. Even with the pro plan, we're about I think we're I don't know, maybe halfway through the month, and we are getting a little close on the usage. No, we're not. We're not registered yet. Not yet. Not yet. It says reconnecting, so I don't understand. How could this stream be running?
Probably. Probably.
Cursor down?
Oh, cursor causing some fucking weird.
Maybe let me stop the server. Hold on. Maybe that's
Yeah,
why.
it's not-
Because once I started the server, that's when it got all fucky, actually. Hold on, let me. So 5x and you pay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of sounds like in the ballpark of where we should be, too. Yeah, it's just the thing is, like with Cursor, I'm actually not 100% sure if you can like pay for your own API and then just plug your API into Cursor. You probably can. Like maybe you can just use the free version, but then at that point you would just use VS Code. So I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it is expensive. Yeah, it is.
Off the server.
Yeah.
Very.
And my stream is like running, but it's like laggy. Oh no, my cursor's working now. Working. Seems like it's good now. Is my stream laggy for you at all, or it's like crystal clear, everything's fine? This is my full time right now, yeah. Like I do this like literally 24/7, 365, basically. Yeah, he says there's no lag at all for him, so I don't know, my cursor's working now. Try unplugging the Ethernet and plug it back in. Like, try going on the Wi-Fi. Try. IP config release renew. Yeah, true. Would that restart my stream or anything?
What?
Try running that on yours, actually.
What?
IP config release and then renew.
Are you on wired or Wi-Fi?
Wired.
Wi-Fi is working.
Yeah, you don't want to do it while streaming. But I'm for my partner. He's not the one running the stream, so he might be able to do it, and it might. Right. You back up, and you're good now.
Wi-Fi seems.
Yes, that's probably something to do with the cord or something. Internet is just tweaking for you. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that now because my computer is running the stream, but it might help him. But I seem to be good now. I think our issue has resolved. Yeah, I'm good now. Everything's back up. I am getting the occasional reconnecting buffer here. Cursor and RuneScape is still not. Yeah, there's something going on here. Yeah, there's definitely something going on. Let's just leave it for now and see what happens. Seems okay. So what type of things are you working on right now? Like the product's done and you're just working on sales, or are you still doing development? Okay, let's focus here. All correct. Mine seems to be good now. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, yeah, keep at it. There's no better path than being an entrepreneur and doing it yourself. I couldn't think of anything worse than working a regular job. Oh, you want to go do that? You want to be a pilot? So you don't want to like run the business yourself long term. You want to go. True, true. A pilot is a different type of job. That's a pretty unique thing. That's not bad. If that's something you want to do, that's cool. Pilot's not bad. I think that's pretty up there with the type of jobs you can have that are good. Hmm. Yeah, you know what you should do, bro. You should start an airliner company. Might be really hard, but actually, I guess if you want to just fly, that's different than starting a airplane company. Totally different. Yeah, airliners are very expensive. How much does one jet cost? Like one commercial jet? Like it's got to be something ridiculous. Like how much is a commercial jet? 50 to 400 mil. Yeah, no problem. We'll just sell a few more copies of the app and then we'll go buy one. Yeah, yeah, no problem. I'll wire you over the money after the stream. Yeah, yeah, I'm like super rich, so no biggie. You can just keep it. So is this the LLM prompt that it's writing here? Oh, partial so yeah. Order this. I have a question for you. So when you're doing coding using LLMs, are you doing the same type of thing I'm doing? Like you're orchestrating a plan and then you're executing on top of it? Like at what point do you basically trust the LLM to actually get it right? Because like I would never just prompt it and like say, here's the idea, like build it. Like I'd build all the data structure by myself, basically, and then reason with it about the app's functionality and how the data structure should work, blah blah blah, create a plan about how it should be implemented. And then only once there's like a very clear plan of what we're trying to accomplish and how it's going to do it, then I tell it to write all the code. You do the same kind of thing, or like what's your workflow? Yeah, yeah. So a lot of upfront investment in terms of planning, and then it does really well on the execution if you do a good job planning. So I think, yeah, we have similar philosophy because I think I see a lot of people like they think they can just basically tell it to do things and it's going to get it right, and then it doesn't. What do you mean by that? Basically, that does what? It turns your idea into a prompt to give to the agent inside of VS Code, something like that. It turns like your word vomit into a nice structured prompt, something along those lines. Okay, let me hold on. I gotta read this. Yeah, true. So I built a repo actually inside of Cursor that essentially stores all of the necessary context and inside of Cursor rules here as well. So I basically have a Hermes agent too. It's just not called that. I just built it myself, and it's basically just a bunch of files that holds all the context. Same kind of idea. I basically just built it myself. Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like we're getting a very similar outcome, and I understand what mine is like very deeply because I built it. So kind of like the same. Also, it's a product that I want to sell in the future, like essentially like a workflow repo for SaaS development. I want to sell that as a product in and of itself eventually. So it's something I want to test and use myself, keep developing, iterating while I actually build on top of it. No, I don't. I do not. Look at this. Blur. uh, blur. Okay, so Theo from T3. Okay, so I have two things I'm gonna check out later. That and then the other thing you said. Okay, I don't like this as an example. Okay, everything's looking good up until we get to the canonical boundary examples where you used I want something better for my life, and you said that this would be understandable but unmappable. This would actually probably map to state of being for goals, being that it's a goal that they want to better their life. Obviously, it's not a very specific goal. So can we come up with a more clear example for this case where it's understandable but unmappable, where they say something along the lines of like, um, I don't know. I can't even really think of something great right now. But yeah, come up with something that very clearly does not map to any of the states of being or states of action. So the other guy is basically like I've grown up with him my entire life. Like we played hockey together, or yeah, we've done everything together forever, basically. So we were just talking about this one day, and then he's like, "Yep, that's a good idea." And then we decided to work together on it,
Yeah,
and that's
that's what
basically it. He doesn't know anything about coding or anything either. We're just kind of
That's what happened.
that is what happened.
Oh.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
he's pouring trillions of dollars into our company. Yeah, it's basically like we've just known each other forever, and
CFO.
trying to. He's the CFO, and you know what CFO stands for? What? I'm gonna see if he knows.
Complete fucking.
It stands for complete fucking autism. But he spelled autism wrong.
Autism.
He thinks autism spelled with an O because he's that autistic. Yeah, long story short is neither of us really know what we're doing, and we're just biting off more than we can chew and figuring out how to chew it one bite at a time. And that's basically it. Just bite until it makes money. That's right. Yep. Exactly right. No, but I'm very good at like systems thinking and like logic reasoning, that type of thinking, and this app is very based around like edge cases, like logical deductions, like defining like ontologies for human behavior, like systemizing the way humans work. So it naturally suits like the way I think. So now that like LLMs can actually write code, as long as I can communicate my system's thinking, it should be able to translate that into a product. So it's like the perfect time for me to try to do something like this. And then, yeah, I think we both naturally will just excel at the sales side of things, but the coding development side, like we're just two fucking jackasses that have no idea what we're doing until we eventually figure it out. I would say I've definitely been entrepreneurial for a very long time. Like I had a phase where I was like making music. I actually did another software project more briefly that like it was essentially just way too much to do at that time by yourself. Like if I had started it now with like the LLMs and everything that were available, it would have been a totally different story. But I did it like probably like I don't know 3 4 years ago at this point or something. I started about 3 years ago, and because I didn't know anything about coding, it just took a really long time to like try to learn it all by hand, and then the nature of that business as well had a lot of legal loopholes and stuff, and it just became like this very daunting thing that probably would have taken a very very long time to actually get anything meaningful out of it, and if anything at all. So transition from that, and then now I'm doing this. Very briefly though, in between that other coding thing and what I'm doing now, I was doing some sales job just to develop the skill because I knew like eventually I would come back to doing something like this. And obviously sales is everything. So I wanted that experience.
This?
I ever hear it. So you're from the Netherlands. You guys like this type of music over there? You must. This is big in Europe, right? Hold on, let's really start vibe coding. Hold on. Now we're really vibe coders. Yeah. I feel you. I don't even have time really to think about any of this stuff anymore.
What?
Like music and all this stuff. Whatever's in my ears, as long as there's some bass, I'll be alright. Something to keep the heart going. Okay, so change it to do the thing from before, but not really. Okay, yeah, that makes no sense. That's a good example. Okay, that's better. So, okay, just to clarify, is what you have started writing from basically is everything in section 4 a part of the LLM prompt, or how are we actually structuring this? Like everything that you've written here is true and it's useful context, but what actually is the purpose of what we've written so far? Is this going to be the structure of the LLM prompt, or what is it we're actually doing right now? Just fully defining all of the relevant context, and then we'll map this to LLM prompts and API routes and everything later, or what is it that you're actually trying to accomplish within the file right now? Because everything you've written is good, but I'm just not entirely sure what the target for it is at this point. Not saying reconnecting again. Yeah. Oh, now it's good. I don't know. The internet's just being tweaky. Is what it is. We actually have a YouTube channel. I forgot. I need to start telling people about this. Hold on.
Is
So we have a YouTube channel as well, where the entire thing lives, and there's gonna end up being more here later. I'm gonna make more content, not just live stream stuff. Start getting the marketing rolling. Appreciate it. I think you're maybe our first real subscriber. Meaning somebody we don't know in real life. Yeah, we have 2 subscribers. Definitely one was somebody that was known or something. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's fine. So basically we're gonna take what it's writing right now and then turn it into everything later. Okay, cool. So what do you think about the idea in general, like a life operating system? Oh, actually, maybe I can show you now that the internet is more functional.
dude.
What?
Uh,
What?
our speed up 50% today.
Oh yeah, so usually I have okay, let me show you. Usually there's something there because I'm not showing the app right now, but usually we have this. Hold on, I'll show you. Like 1 second. Hold on, it's just loading. And our XP is skyrocketing. Yeah, there's something like very weird going on with the internet. It won't load. I'm trying to screen mirror, and usually I have my phone in the top. Where is it? Up here or whatever, over there, somewhere, or that way. Yeah, usually my phone is there showing the app, but because I'm doing planning right now, I just didn't have it open. Yeah, exactly. That's usually where I show it, and then I have like this here is usually like Supabase or like whatever it is I'm doing, and then yeah, the app goes in that top right, but it's just not time for that currently. It's literally not working because the internet tweaking. Let me see if this will work. Okay, so I can at least give you a small demo now. So this is an old design, what it is right now, so it's not actually functioning like the current iteration that I'm working on, but you'll get the general idea. So this is the scheduling layer, and basically the idea is you need to be able to just talk in natural language, and the LLM needs to be able to interpret you. So if I say like, schedule my flight to the Netherlands at 7. So it needs to be able to do a few things at this layer. It needs to figure out what did I pick up, what type of information is missing. So here it's made an inference because I didn't say AM or PM, so it guessed, and it tells you that it guessed. So say it got it wrong, it wouldn't just not draw it because that's not very productive. It basically tells you there's an inference, and if you want to swap it to AM, you can. So you click this. It's lagging, but so you click it, it swaps it here to AM, and then the second piece of information that it recognized is missing in order to validly schedule this block would be how long it is. It's about like a 7-hour flight. So it will understand what I'm saying. It knows how to keep like an open dialogue, and that I'm referring to the last thing that I said or previous things that I said, and then it schedules it in. And then this is like the main idea, that you can schedule things just by talking. And then over time, you can build templates for, whether they're activities or like recurring daily patterns. And then it gets easier to schedule over time. And then also it'll learn from your patterns, and it will start automatically making schedules without you even having to say anything. And then really what happens on top of this layer is we map basically context around things that you scheduled in your life. So did you actually take action on top of what you scheduled? What was your energy level during, that type of activity, all that different stuff. And then essentially over time, when it collects more context about you, it can start coaching you and helping you optimize your life.
What happened? I think
So that's the main idea. And then there's this other thing called toolkits, which we haven't built out yet, but this basically maps to like specific domains of life. So like say you're a fitness guy, for example, this will basically have a toolkit for fitness that will help you, structure workouts, meal plans, track your weight gain, like, whatever would go into a fitness type of add-on. And then, yeah, that's the idea. Basically, add a bunch of toolkits across all the different domains of life that people want to have a part of this app. And then that plugs into your schedule, all the surrounding context. And then the LLM can reason across all of your data and basically figure out how to help you out. That's basically it. So it's like Google Calendar meets a fitness app, meets all of the other life productivity apps in one place. And instead of using the prehistoric way it's done now, it's done in a more efficient, smart way, via natural spoken language, and LLMs do work inside of the app to do like internal reasoning and stuff. Exactly, yeah. Simplicity and just the important features. That's it. You gotta make it feel simple. That's the whole trick here, which is exactly what I'm working on right now. Like I've basically like figured out, okay, how do we structure the data so that the LLM knows how to parse any type of user input. So no matter what it says, it's going to do some sort of simple thing that the user understands and can interact with, and it's like progressive and it actually makes sense, right? Gemma running local on the device. Yeah. Eventually there needs to be local hosting, so they need to be able to use it when there is no internet. That's definitely a part of the development in the long term. For now, obviously, it's not a priority. It's getting the core product loop to work, but you hit the nail on the head. Basically, in order for this to work, it needs to be extremely simple, and it just needs to do the most important features well, and that's basically it. And then over time, you can build on top of that really solid layer with more features, but the core functionality is the ability to schedule, integrate fitness into your scheduling, and have an LLM coaching layer based on the context that gets collected around what you're scheduling and the workouts that you do. That's like that's the product at this point. That's it. Schedule, fitness, life coaching. And what I'm building out right now is essentially a restructuring of how the scheduling engine works with all the data structure behind it. So yeah, that's basically the idea. What do you think? Something you think people would use? You think you could see yourself using it?
Okay.
What type of people you think would use it? What?
We'll make a pot of coffee
Yeah,
and then coffee walk
coffee walk.
after that.
Are you depressed?
Huh?
Are you depressed?
It's so nice out there.
Depends on the pricing. So that's a good point. What do you think something like this should cost? It's going to be a monthly subscription, not a one-time cost on the consumer side. B2B is a totally different conversation. That's more of a licensing thing per users, but B2C, how much do you think something like this should cost? Yeah, so for the most basic part of the app, maybe 5 or 10 a month, and then true, yeah. I would say probably the ideally we're selling it around like $20 a month, I would say, is ideal. but we'll see what we can get away with. I would say no less than 10. Like anything less than 10 is like it's way more valuable than that, to be honest. So anything less than 10 sounds criminal to me. I'd rather just not sell it at that point. Um, probably around 20 is the sweet spot. I would say something like that. But I think you're pretty much in the right ballpark. Yeah, like it also depends, right? Like if you're targeting an audience that's looking to transform their life, they're willing to pay more for that. You're somebody €180 a year, so that would be that's roughly yeah, that's roughly like 15 a month, something like that. What is that exact math on that? Yeah, it's exactly 15 a month. There you go. So €15 a month. My mental math is still good. So yeah, I think that's pretty much spot on. €15 is we're in Canadian dollars, right? So I was saying 20. It's pretty much exactly what you're saying. Yeah, so I think we would offer like probably a yearly package that reduces the monthly rate, or you can pay per month and then it just costs a little bit more. So probably like in your case, €20 a month if you go month to month, or €180 a year, and you get it for 15 a month at that point, something like that. I think that's basically the way to do it. And I think your price point's pretty aligned with what I was thinking. Minus 10%. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be um so the discount I said is even more than 10%. That would be minus 25%. My discount from 20 to 15. So yeah, whatever the math is what the math would be. And yeah, something roughly around that ballpark. And then the idea is when I go door to door, I'm gonna have a special code that will give them like say half off or free for the first month. And then also they can potentially something I've been thinking about is some sort of like referral program where if they tell someone else and sign them up, they also get a code, and then they get a kickback on that person that they sign up using their code. So if you go door to door, you can build like essentially a network of people that start going and selling your product for you. Um, yeah, it's an idea. Yeah, where were we? Okay, let me keep going. So this is pre-writing prompt responsibilities. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. Perfect. 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 Does your software use LLMs inside of it, or did you just use LLMs to build it, and then it's like a deterministic thing that just runs on like code, or do you actually have agents inside of your software? Like, are you doing any sort of APIing with LLMs inside of the software? Because for us, like, there's a cost to run the software after. I see, I see. So you do still have a cost though, like to run the software for your customer. Open. I see, I see. I see. Yeah, for us, it's basically every time the user does something, there's an API. So we basically have to pay for them. But we would basically just have some, like a super max plan that handles this API, and basically just it would have to be a significantly lower cost than what the app costs, which should be fine because the nature of inputs in this app are like extremely low cost. They're like fractions of a penny. It's just like simple text, reason about the text, write some data to Supabase. That's basically it. The output has no cost because once it's in Supabase, it's just essentially drawing a schedule. Like there's no cost. Supabase is free. Like where the data, once the data is actually written, it's free. But to translate the user input into the data structure, that has a cost. And I would say it's like it's fractions of a penny per input. Like it's very, very cheap. Very cheap. Yeah, on the LLM side, like basically the LLM's job inside the app is to take the input and then convert it into our data structure. And that's the only cost. And what that process entails is taking a voice input and converting it into text, which is costs like almost nothing, and then essentially taking that text and mapping it to the data structure, which also costs very nothing. Right now for testing, we're using a very old model, like GPT 4.0 mini or something, like something that's good enough to just like test and iterate on. But when we actually launch, we'll probably use something a little bit better. Basically, we want to use the cheapest model we can that does the job. That's basically the idea. Because it's not doing rocket science inside of the app. Like all of the heavy lifting is done in this design, right? So there's not too much crazy heavy thinking that goes on inside of the app. No, no. So I've designed it in a way where it's only very small context at a time. And then when it needs to refer to past context, I've structured the data in a very discrete short form context way that's very easy to query and cost effective basically. Like we don't store strings of text. Like basically I've made it so user text, like big user inputs or whatever it is they say, like in natural language, gets parsed into very discrete, specific, targetable subsections of data, and then the LLM goes and reasons across those little targets and essentially knows what that means. Like it's reconstructing the language from those breakdowns, basically. So it's very cost effective. It's very minimal, low context. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's basically the idea. We're using some model like that just doesn't need too much context. So what's it called? Llama 3. I'll look into it.
Hi.
Should I go brew it?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Go brew.
Have we done it? What are we talking?
And don't know.
So easy. I'm deleting.
It doesn't work. You don't get it.
You can literally man.
At all.
If all you're trying to do is Cursor's being a bad boy. Okay.
Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. That's why.
What?
We're literally maxed out. That's
Uh-oh.
what. Because on the menu.
Like it. You top up here.
What? Too late.
We have actually reached the inflection point here of max use. It happened to happen right when you were asking. Uh-oh. We gotta figure that out. Yeah, I know.
I like planning mode or something.
What?
I feel like playing or something.
So it says total spent 157.90. That means we more than telling us we 160. Are there. That's more than we think. They're just inflating it. Number. Calculator. This is probably pretty much gonna be where we take first break, and we're gonna go walk, and then probably I need to figure out what we're gonna do about this plan. I'm either gonna have to upgrade to the max plan here, or get a second plan for pro. Probably 2 pro plans is good for us. Probably what we're gonna do. Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. So with cursor here, right? Like if I go get a new plan, will I still have all of this inside of cursor here? Like all these?
What does this mean? Who the core runs out, Chris? Rate limit. Zipper.
So to figure out if you cancel, if you go click cancel, what is other input?
Side up.
You see models again. Where are the models?
Cursor settings.
It's on 2.5. First. Yeah, I think auto will only use from what you have available, maybe. Possible. What am I building? JDXOG on Kick. I am building an operating system for your life. It is the way humans and LLMs are going to interact in day-to-day life in order to help optimize, structure your time, things like that. And to give you a quick understanding of what I mean, I could go on some day and I can say, schedule that meeting with JDOG for me at 6. It needs to be able to take what I say in natural language, nothing, too neat, anything messy that I say. It should be able to figure out what I said, figure out what was missing. So here it's inferred that I said no specific time. I just said 6, so there's no AM or PM. So it tells me that I can swap it. And then it also doesn't know how long our meeting should be. It's going to be about half an hour. It can pick up across utterances. It can maintain that context, schedule, and then over time what happens is basically this scheduling layer can turn into templates, reusable data, where the system can start providing scheduling for you based on your habits. And then we also can connect context to these scheduled events, like your energy, your mood, state of mind, all of that stuff, whether you actually executed on what you scheduled, and basically keep track of what you actually did and how you were feeling, all that stuff. And then over time, the system can reason across that data to help coach and optimize your life. And then we're also going to build in toolkits on top of this scheduling layer. For example, like a fitness toolkit that lets you do things like structure your workouts, meal plans, all that type of stuff. And then it would integrate all of the complexities across the different domains of your life depending on what toolkits you have. That's the idea. Life operating system. That's what it's called, Life OS. So if you want to see more as we develop it more, you can follow. I'm literally live every single day. And you can check in and see how it's going. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I'm just working on restructuring the data right now. Get the core product loop working a bit more as I intended it to. And then, yeah, we're about to wrap up with that. I'll probably finish that up today or tomorrow, and then we're going to get back to building out some more features, testing it, and yeah, where we're at. Yep. What's that? I have no idea. So yeah, that's what we got going on. This. Okay, so I'm looking at the persistence rule right now. I'm still in section 4, and I'm noticing that you have metadata being written for the silence case, but that's not how it's supposed to function. Anytime there is either silence, gibberish, or something that does not map to our data structure, it should just not write a row on the input capture layer, period. The only time anything ever gets written is when there's something that is intelligible and actually specifically maps to the data structure as outlined in the North Star file. So make sure that everything in the Life OS Phase 3 transfer contracts file is clear about that. The only time data should ever be written is when we are capturing something meaningful that also maps to the data structure. Okay, let's go walk or what? I'm from Toronto. Toronto, where are you from? Canada. India. Cool. You do any sort of software work? Nice, nice. What are you building? Yeah, yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for checking in. What should I call you, by the way? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sure I'll see you in here again, so what should I call you? Nell. Snell or Snelly? Sorry, there's another guy in Twitch chat. You guys can't see each other typing. There's two of you typing, one's from Kick and one's from Twitch. So I have JD from Kick and I have Snell E from Twitch. Yeah, sounds good, Snelly. I'm about to actually go take a break too. I'm gonna go walk, have some coffee, and then figure out what I'm gonna do about this cursor plan. So I'll see you around. Good luck with your business. Keep grinding, and then go become a pilot. Okay, let's go. And coffee should be ready. probably stop all like cursor use right now. Yeah, take care, Snowy. And then, like, what we need to know is basically if we make a new cursor account, they'll operate exactly. Up again. Log in and then. Step. I'm gonna go. No, I don't do freelancing. I just want to build my own thing and sell it. That's it. I've not done freelancing, meaning like being hired by someone to do work for them for software. What about you? But yeah, I'm trying to run my own business. Oh, you followed JD? Appreciate that. We're actually about to take a break. Like I'm not gonna end the stream, but we're gonna go. We always go around this time, take a walk, get some sunshine. You know. Apparently that's good for you. So we're gonna do that, and then if you're still here when I get back, awesome. If not, then I'll see you in here in the future. You can check out the development as we keep going. Yeah, okay. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys. Take care.
Me? Everybody coffee. Yeah, put it in my old mug. Yeah, put it in my old mug. Been rotting down here for a week.
How do you like?
Good. Is it? Okay. Ready? Oh. Huh? Ready? Vitalize. Hey. Anyone else copies? Yeah. Oh, you did. Oh,
What's the word? They might give you.
Here you go, 50% off your next dollars card.
Or just that you get. Like in my way here. Usually when you cancel shit, it won't give you a win back off. That's the
Yes, but are you this?
would be high. No, that's remaining month, not future.
I was meant to apply to multiple.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Close the solution here and make a new account and sign up.
I can't.
Don't think so. I think it only gave you that refund because you upgraded.
What do we do?
Uh,
That seems.
There's two options. Your bank that the win back offer is better than dollars off.
Bank the what?
Cancel your back offer that, or you just lock this in and you wait. And that's it. Then I'm just leaving. So we need to figure that out. So hold on.
Miles.
So let me finish this and then I'll do it. Holy fuck, are you hearing this? Okay, section 4 is looking good. One thing that I just want to make sure is that before the understandable, unmappable gets that allocation, meaning like it determines that that's what it should map to, meaning don't write a row. It basically needs to look back and query some certain number of utterances of previous input captures and like surrounding context that does already exist in order to essentially figure out if it is actually mappable or not. So it's not just that the input comes and then it goes, okay, yeah, it's unmappable. It's the input comes, checks surrounding context, and then given that surrounding context, does it map to unmappable or actually becoming persistent data? And then obviously in the unintelligible case, it doesn't need to check surrounding context. Like if it's either silence or unintelligible, it doesn't need to do the query. So yeah, basically the order is receive the input, figure out, can I at least understand what this is saying? If it cannot understand it, meaning it's the unintelligible case, whether it's silence or gibberish, just completely reject the input as per what we already described. And then if it's the case where it can understand it, before it figures out whether or not it maps to something, it needs to do a query of some sort, which we haven't explicitly defined yet, in order to contribute context as to whether or not that input is mappable. It's not always the case that the surrounding context is what determines whether or not the input is mappable to data structure, but it's something that could potentially make it mappable. Whereas if it didn't do that query, it wouldn't know that it is mappable. Okay, so where do you buy these? You go on the personal website or what? That redo it.
Oh, the fucking website. Ooh.
I have one. I think.
AQ@inertial.com.
That's right. Like it's still gonna have all the same like routing to GitHub and everything. It's asking me to connect GitHub here.
What?
It's asking me to connect GitHub. So if I just do maybe later, or do I need to actually? Oh no, my tracking me again. Tracking me.
Happening.
I'm trying to do it. So when I switch my phone number, it's so fucking annoying. You have no idea. You know when you get like a confirm your payment thing via text
Yeah, sure, buddy.
message?
Sure. I'm sure.
What I'm talking about, or no?
Yeah.
No or no?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like I really think already. Confirm via SMS. The number on your account is 647 2367. When I go to try to pay for something online, it pops up my old phone number. Like
Really good. Oh. Oh. I wanted to touch app.
how can I even fix
Exactly what
this?
touch from. Super base.
Super base. I actually don't know how to fix this right now. I did this. It happened on GPT when I re-signed up. Same thing.
What?
I've had this happen before.
What?
Literally, when I went to buy RS Gold the other day on one website, it gave me you know when you get an SMS verification.
Just turn yourself in.
You know when you get an SMS verification, you know what I'm talking about. when you try to buy something online, it says verify your identity. Text you, get a code. When I get that code,
Really? No.
I'll literally show you. I just did it.
Haven't.
It's not on every website. Like some websites do it. Like one of the old school RuneScape Gold websites did it, and one of them didn't. The cursor is doing it, and the number that it tries to text is my old number. Hold on, I might have an idea. I may potentially have an idea. Please stop tracking me. Oh, did it actually shut off?
Oh.
And now the buttons work. Good. Okay, let me try to figure this out. I'm just happy.
Savage.
Oh,
You're savage?
I'm a savage. I have one finally. And my old number. I had it 2 numbers ago. I had it I've had two previous numbers. This is my like
There's no
whole.
way it still works.
No, my dad's paying for the SIM card in this. So like he kept the number because he didn't want to lose it. Maybe if I switch it to this, it'll fucking figure it out. That's stinks. Is it still working, by the way? Like,
Oh,
doing something.
probably. And it would pop up saying
Yeah. is like literally.
Oh. Oh.
Get this. Okay. Not be same.
Up one.
Hold on.
Up. Pretty well.
Hold on. Hold on. This is
50
this
pound haircut.
this is- yeah. Okay.
Pound haircut.
Hold on. Hold on.
Buzzing. The sides. Literally just the fade on the sides. But
I have to wait. And then I might be able to solve it. I don't think if I use yours, it's gonna work. Trying to switch like that. Basically, what I'm gonna try to do is switch the number on my bank to her number. See if it will text her, and then switch it back to mine. Dude, it's giving me a pop-up for verify your identity. The number it's showing is my old phone number. No, the number in my bank is my new number. And it did it on, literally on a RuneScape website, it did the exact same thing. Okay, so is it working in the meantime? Like, can we just keep going until my mom is done with this shit? Still working?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going, see what happens.
If it tells us to stop, then we'll stop at that point. So annoying.
Oh.
What's that? Should be good.
Okay. Think everything is good now.
Yep, section 4 looks good. Let's move on to number 5.
Everything.
So,
I really need to use a mouse like this.
been saying that for like fucking 10 years.
Huh?
I've been saying this for like 10 years.
Yep.
They built ergonomic chairs.
That's what we should do. Hold. Fix nerd neck.
Oh, company.
Nerd chair.
Nerd chat chair.
Inertia.
A nerd chair. A nerd chair. Hey, dude, and this phone is cursed, this number, and I get endless fucking, like, this guy had this phone number before me named Javante.
Javante. You're Javante.
Dude, I get endless fucking messages from, like, life insurance companies, CRA, fucking, like, people after this guy for
That's
fucking,
smart.
like, endless fucking collection agencies calling me about Javante Burke. It's so annoying. Worst phone number switch of all time.
Mhm.
Look, literally right here
Yeah, that's
today.
what I want to do. I want you to switch me now.
Every day, like, well, at least 5 times a day, every day.
Stop.
Life insurance, fucking.
Stop.
Dude, there's no
Stop.
stop.
Unsubscribe.
There is no stop. Look at all the calls. 3 already today. These are all spam collection. Oh. Fuck off. Well, it seems to be computing at 100%. So, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so current repo I'm working on now on the same branch. I've made a bunch of what I have right.
Okay, so at the start of section 5, basically the three cases once you pass the intake gate are capture only, meaning there's no like downstream transfer to any deliverable, so it would be like just a state of being utterance, for example. And then for capture plus dialogue, this is when there's not enough information yet to do the transfer. So this is when there's like an open dialogue state. Is that what you're saying? Because it's not that there's no transfer in this scenario. It's just that the transfer has missing data still, right? Like that there is actually a transfer, but it's not a complete transfer, and there's an open dialogue state. So just to be clear that that's what that means. And then the capture plus transfer is when the utterance essentially is a full transfer with all the data that needs to be transferred from the input to the deliverable layer with no remaining open dialogue states. Is that basically what we're getting at here? Because I don't, the way it's written right now, it kind of sounds like capture plus dialogue is not something that actually happens. Like in the case where there is an utterance that does have a downstream transfer, just because there's missing information, it still actually does get written. The deliverable table, it just stores whatever was captured and then leaves whatever was missing as null. So I think there's actually only two intake. There's only two scenarios following this intake gate. Like it's either capture only or capture plus transfer. And then within capture plus transfer, there's two scenarios. There's either like a remaining open dialogue or there's no open dialogues. Make sure you refer to the North Star for what I mean by open dialogue state.
Move everything. Having course. Not push. No, I don't want to click branch up slash I don't want. Like just one.
Dude, it's not gonna be that simple. Never that simple. Dude, I think it's bugged now too. Like it has this invoice thing here, but when you go here, like in order to actually make the payment now, it has fucking your address here, which you can't enter. Like there is no address. You go enter address manually and you can't type anything.
Or I could put it in Hotbot Pro.
Dude, I've done it a million times. Literally, this card isn't even, everything's now broken. See? If I go to another, if I try to start a new subscription, like I go upgrade to pro, this doesn't work either. Like, what? Dude, doesn't do anything. Can't type here. And if you go here and you do this, it doesn't work. It's the same thing. Fine.
Oh. Time.
In the meantime, what?
Cut.
No.
Yeah. No.
No.
Time.
Nope, this is not cutting hours.
In the meantime. Time goes. How Cloudbot figured out, man.
Bot, can you sign me up for her, sir? Yeah, I agree with that shape as well. I think option A is the best. Let's implement that across section 5. If it's relevant to address anywhere else in the Life OS Phase 3 transfer contracts file, make sure you do that as well. But definitely here in section 5, we should go for option A, where there's only those 2 routes via intake, and then the capture plus transfer essentially just has 2 substates, which is either there's open dialog or there's not. There's actually memory links too. God. Let's see. Yeah. Depends what it's definitely. We're about to have a fucking. Please. 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 Like, please. Go here. Work. Like, please. Please, please, please. I don't want to call the bank. Try. Please. 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 Nope. No. Why? Why? Like,
And-
literally, why? Why? Just why? Tell me why. I think it has to do with this cursor fucking website is glitched. Like, let me clear, like, and like clear.
I think everything that's up right now. Is at a very, I know. Again, this very button for testing use and also think we've been there for 10 years.
10 years?
So
Only 10 years. That's,
on WhatsApp back and forth. Maybe call. So
no, that's
send him an
embarrassing.
email.
That's embarrassing.
Huh?
That's embarrassing. Only 10 years?
You telling me?
Only 10 years.
What?
Only 10 years experience in Google. That's your prompt.
10 years prior to that is at Meta. 10
Mm.
years prior to that is
Well,
at
did you-
Anthropic.
Did you tell it that?
Oh,
Wait, hold on. Topic didn't exist 30 years ago. No. This
what even
is,
exists?
why does this shit have to exist like this? Seriously.
Like call the bank, man.
Dude, it's not even that. That's not the issue anymore. Dude, it's cursor. I can't type an address.
What does it do? If you type in your card and click subscribe, what does it do?
I can't. Nothing. It says type in your address.
Logged in to Cursor account.
I was thinking just log out and make a new account and fucking that's it. That's literally what I'm gonna do. Fuck this.
Right. Be like close a browser.
I did. I
Fucking-
deleted. I did everything. I literally
Just
did.
cache.
I did all of it.
Why is Cursor
It is very buggy.
on?
I take this. If I go here. Please just please. Yeah, can you just please just pop my leg out? Yeah. Oh. probably hurt you more than hurt me.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
You just low kick me?
Holy
Nice bone on bone action. Good.
Oh yeah. That worked. So back on the login iPhone has to off with upload one color that like sizing. That's nothing else. Logo with the Cool. Last look I did after well that should but look at file. Background. That is after text. Text in black line. Entirety of white file and I'll keep the file there. Oh, that's a very
Woo!
Yeah, you just-
I am the captain now.
oh my god, finally I fixed it.
I am the captain now.
No, I need to move.
No, move.
No, no, no.
Hold on. I am the captain.
No, I'm the captain.
No, I am the
No,
captain.
I'm the captain.
Captain.
When Twitch chatting? Or yeah. But hold
Where
on, I
is
gotta check this and see if it works.
Hold on. Does it here? It's done. Fucking
Lago.
this background is not.
Oh, dude. Never gets this right. I've done this a trillion times.
It's right here. I had it right.
So what is it you're doing now? The light mode?
Fucking redoing everything, man.
Why is the vector? That's dark. Put
Dark
black
mode.
lines around it.
It's not dark mode.
That is dark. Light mode, the vector would have to be black.
What? I don't know.
Got chat? Yeah, dude, I think it finally worked. Dude, my mom had to call her bank too.
Smart.
So the cursor literally completely fucked both.
Really good.
Blocked my bank, blocked her bank.
Smart. Okay. True cursor. We should sue them. Or we get lifetime membership. Lifetime access.
Mac Pro.
You can finally build our fucking thing. Dude, why?
Why? I'm
Like-
telling you that Ian here does not
You-
do a good job of what you're trying to do.
You literally did it here, though. I saw it.
Dude,
Remove
it's-
background to PNG.
It's really bad. Like, pull up and see how fucked it is. Maybe this one. Like, anytime I'm trying to do
Bro.
this, it's really
Like,
bad.
if you go look at.
PD is not good at this, man. Trust
So,
me.
what is good at it?
I don't know.
I had it, though. Like, look.
What you gotta do is
Look,
go one by one.
here.
Like,
It did it in mine, but it took the vector color out.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, hey, fill the vector in. And then
Why
I go,
not?
it's so retarded.
just get it to do it in cursor. It did it perfectly when you did it in cursor.
No, it didn't.
It-
It didn't.
we had it in our app. What do you mean?
It's so fucked if you zoom in. There's pixels, random black.
It looks fine. No one's
No.
zooming in and looking at the
No,
logo.
no.
It's gotta be
It does. This makes no sense at all.
Let
No
me
sense
try.
at all.
Let me-
No sense.
So what's the current working version that we have? What do we have? This? And basically you just want to make it a PNG. Right? There's this. Look.
This is what I got.
But it
Yeah,
should be-
give it easy. I have the
Okay, so-
transparent background.
Okay, so I know what to do. So here's what we're gonna do.
And I uploaded this to yours. I ran out of fucking stats.
Yeah, hold on.
And I said, fill in the background.
Hold on. Oh. Too much going on right now. Hold on, let me just make sure this membership thing works. Dude, they're all gonna be not perfect, like I promise you. Oh my god, it worked. Where is my phone?
Lies.
Today was a very absolute shit show. Did you up my DPI? Did. Oh, you click the button. Feel it. Yeah, you did. Did. Okay, I will make you your logo right now.
Look.
I already get it. Hold on.
Look,
I get it, man.
look, this is like perfect. Clean.
I know it's just not in
This
fucking
is
D&D.
the background.
I know. Trust me, I know. Just hold on.
Oh,
Where is your fucking hold on. The file. Hold on. Is it this? Yeah, it is.
no, that's bad.
What?
That's bad.
What? That's this one you sent
I
me.
know, but that one's bad.
I'm gonna tell it to make it white.
That one's bad.
Then which one?
Then if you go up,
This is the most recent
that
one.
one.
No. You gotta go from here.
Here.
Just give me one that. That one. Okay. Hold on.
Background.
Not gonna work. Hold on.
Look at this.
Hold on. I'll try, but I doubt it's gonna do what you think it's gonna do. If I give it a good prompt, it might do it. Let's see. Okay, so what's going on in this image is that we have text saying Life OS. It's blue in Life and orange in OS, and the entire thing is outlined in black. That is intentional. There's also a symbol above the Life OS that is white and outlined in black. That is also intentional. Those three elements are what we want to be a part of the picture. We want Life, we want OS, and we want the symbol above, all of them outlined in black. The vector, the symbol above should be white on the inside of the black outline. Life should be blue on the inside of the black outline, and OS should be orange on the inside of the black outline. Your only goal is to remove anything else that is not those three things, meaning make the background entirely translucent so that the entirety of the image is just those three things. What, dude, GPT's thing is fucked. Let's see. Okay, try logging out and logging into the other cursor. Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Wait, what? Did it do it?
Try logging into the new cursor.
How?
Wait, how? How do I do that? Hard. Until log out and then. But now go on. Yep, enable rank all infinite usage.
Oh, no.
Yep. No, I changed it to that actually. Not for. Documented match. That's a dose. We may need a third account. I should run.
Hey, well, logged in. Didn't work.
Here. This is basically fucking as good as it's gonna get, I think. It doesn't do good at this, man. Like, I'm telling you, it does not do good.
Very bad.
Dude, just fucking put this inside of cursor and use it and say make it translucent and it will do it.
Now, usage.
Well, now you do. Gemini, probably. Okay, that's done. Did you log in and it just works? It's fine. It opened your project
Yeah.
the same way. Nothing's fucking
The product
retarded
didn't even
about it.
move. Login change.
Yeah.
Everything. The chat still.
Okay, good. So I can literally just log out and we're good. That makes sense. It should be like that. How do you sign out here? Log out. Now, if I want to log in. Like that. Log out. Sign in.
Gemini 3.1.
Yeah, that's the
Wrong.
one. Yeah, that's the one. Dude, you're doing one little thing. You're telling it to change a logo. It'll be less than 1% used. There's no way. Okay, so the question is now, is GitHub
Fine.
all the
your
same?
files,
Like,
everything. All the files, all the all that crap is
it's
linked to your
local.
system.
I know. But what I'm saying is the GitHub, like the branch and everything, like it shouldn't. I don't think it should change
No,
anything.
it shouldn't.
Let's see, usage. Yeah, we're at 0 now, so it's good. So that's working. Okay, I need to do
I
something.
want you. File. Okay. White background. So you want entirety of the text S arrow above it. White background. That was a much good. That should do it. That should do it. As much computer.
Basically, what you want to do is get Cursor to do it, and then just save that as an asset. That's
what I was doing.
That's forever what it is.
That's what I was doing.
Up the computer massively. The faster. Go back to auto 1, 2. Okay, please, can I focus on my fucking work now, please? Everybody leave me alone. Can Cursor fuck off? Just do my job. Please. Please. Okay, I'm locked in. Don't talk to me. Nobody talk to me. Nobody talk to me.
Nobody talks to me.
Huh. Just every day is a new set of problems to solve, and then when you wake up on that day, you don't know what problems you're gonna have to solve, and then that's what it is. And then every day it's a new set of problems, and that's what it is. Welcome to the job.
Yep.
Welcome.
This was me yesterday. Fucking nonstop.
Non-stop. Non-stop fuckery.
Probably one. Smart. Really smart.
Huh.
Look at it. Look at it.
Okay, so I haven't looked through all of section 5 yet, but one thing that I do want to mention now, I'm not sure if this exists at this layer or where we should mention this, but the way memory link should be handled. Essentially, we have these two types of, post intake gate layers for capture only and then capture plus transfer, but then that query back to figure out whether or not there is mapping for that input, meaning like is there any sort of transfer that might need to happen or whatever, is actually related also to memory links. It's not just dialogue state. So that's the other piece of the puzzle that's going on here. Outside of dialogue states, we also have memory links.
And I'll go. Are you hearing this?
What?
Are you hearing this?
I'm not hearing shit. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah,
it.
we saw it.
It's still got to go up about 10,000% to break even. You gotta go quadruple digits, maybe. Yeah, you do. Yeah, quadruple average in. Okay. Hold on, just give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah, that looks great. I made some of the color dash logo. That is by that logo logins. login screen. That with yeah, that's great. Just close out this chat and this. Working by designing publish reference signs back to this right now. Color logo. For feed reference it Might change or remove graphite palette some. Yeah, I want that reference swatch update. Six colors.
Good or what?
Told you. Cursor bot, man. That was Gemini. Yeah, so when we make a
Yeah,
catch
so
like
when
that,
we
you don't need to
do
like
that, you
reiterate
don't
it
need to
back to me.
reiterate it. What?
Nothing. Nothing.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so moving forward in this chat, when I say something and you already agree with it and it checks out and it makes sense, you don't need to ask me when you're ready. Go ahead and do it. You can just go ahead and implement those changes. So yeah, make sure you bake this into the file that we're working on right now. Make sure we account for memory links. Basically, like imagine a scenario where like a previous utterance was targeted for a schedule, right? And then a follow-up utterance does get mapped to it for some sort of state of being, like a mood gets associated with the previous state of action, and then we create a memory link. Essentially, that state of being would need to get mapped into the deliverable. I think that's how the design was. Something like that.
Okay, before we actually start designing anything, I want to sort of establish a cross. Slide. Devise a plan and establish both sides. Design to establish that. So, what do you think of it?
I'll ask my appa.
Ask
I'll ask
Apple.
I'll ask my appa.
Ask Apple. What do you think?
I'll ask my appa.
Dick?
Huh? I think he's like deep in NRXP, like averaged way down. I think when he told you about it, he like lowered the boat. Actually, I think he tried to, but then it just spun the wheel and it didn't let him in. We would have been rich though. Tried to 100x leverage it. Okay, one other thing to mention right now. I'm noticing that we might not have actually explicitly built in to the data structure for the deliverable of schedules in that table the ability to actually hold state of being data. Like obviously on the input capture layer, we can map links between states of being and states of action, either via intralinks on one utterance or across rows via memory links. But I don't know if we actually have the ability to persist states of being next to a state of action, like for actually either for schedules or templates. I'm thinking on the template deliverable side, we don't actually need to create that link. It's really we care about the one-off instance, the use case, right, on the schedule deliverable side, where those states of being should be persisted as a record of what was their state of being during this action in real time, right? Something like that. And I think there should be two states of being. In this case, it's basically what got mapped as a state of being during the time of scheduling, and then what actually got recorded in real time. So say like their state of being when they made the utterance about drawing a schedule for the gym was that they were tired. So that link exists. And then when they actually went to the gym, they gave some sort of energy input feedback measuring a higher energy level, right? So we want to have their state of being at time of schedule draw and then at time of action, right? When the schedule actually got executed. So I know we haven't baked that in explicitly into the schedule deliverable table, and it should be. I don't want to do that now, but I do want to have context that would prepare for that when we do a merge with the North Star later, so that any updates can be made inside of the North Star to account for this, meaning we basically are going to need to have more examples to account for this, and we're also going to need to add somewhere in the data structure for this type of state of being linkage. It'll probably have to exist at the segment level, and essentially there would be a potential state of being link for both at schedule time and at the time of execution in real time, like when they actually are doing the thing or following up doing the thing. So those two cases across every segment on all schedule rows, I think that's basically what we need to be able to support. What do you think about that? Take a look at the Life OS North Star if you need more context to understand what I'm talking about. I'm like very hungry. Okay, cursor is way faster now. Perfect. Okay, perfect. That all sounds good. I'm just reading your open design choice for later section here, and I'll let you know what I think. No, you would not. In that case, you would not mint a new row. You would. That is the only case I think where a a row in the data table for the scheduled deliverable would be mutable. When we're explicitly updating being at execution, we don't need to write a new row in that case. I think this is basically the one rule where a row can be mutable inside the scheduled deliverable table. Other than that, where's a good place to pick back up now inside of the transfer contracts file? Should I look over section 5 again, or should we move on to section 6? I don't think I did a full read through of 5, so I should probably look over that. Okay, 50 bomb. We're locking back in here. Stop and give me 50.
A little hiccup. No, never back.
Now we're back.
No more push-ups, Mike. Fucking
Dude, I don't care what
my,
you say. Push ups.
my shoulders rotating up now.
Push ups. Not scared of push ups, right?
Kill itself.
Tropic CEO, Google CEO, you all disagree. Or compute. Here you go. Yeah, ready? Just low kick me.
The only ground. Sugar. The bleeding. The bleeding. The head's bleeding. I see you right, my foot. The tetanus. Where am I at? Where you at?
I'm at 40. Hey.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry, heavy.
please low kick me harder next time. How's your bone feel? It's good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, just please just kick me. I need to be kicked. I want to be kicked. I really need to focus. I need you to kick me. If I get distracted, I just need you to kick me. Okay? Just make sure you kick me.
Kick me in the face.
You just kick me like it's hard as you can. Really lean in.
What?
Really lean into it, and just chop me. Chop my leg out.
Good. Good. This is already way better.
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Good. So we had a little hiccup.
And separating everything properly.
We have learned. Are you on auto or what are you using?
Yes,
Gemini?
auto.
Auto.
Very good. Opponent.
This is a momentum swing. This is a TSN turning point right now. Yeah, don't forget this. Day 16 TSN turning point.
TSN turning.
The company almost collapsed on day
Almost went under,
16. But we didn't. Company almost went under, man. Cursor wouldn't let us keep working, man. We reset the entire repo. Company almost fell apart.
So, no, it's pulling something from somewhere.
Coming from somewhere. I should go back and read 4, actually.
You know what? I want you to revert all of the. Like you're pulling app or previous. Oh, I don't want that on. I want to establish theme and design based on other paths. Revert all of the changes now and then we'll. You got a breath.
No, I
Anyone else
can't.
got a breath?
Can't speak. Welcome to Live OS.
All right.
The operating system for your life. Okay, in section 5, for the meaning of capture plus transfer, should there also be a mention here of memory links? Like it says that transfer may or may not leave an open dialog behind. Should it not also say it also may establish a memory link? And then this is also true for the capture only side as well, right? There could be memory links across just capture only, meaning like two states of being that have a memory link. I think that should be possible. So should we account for that here in section 5? Okay, cursor is working like 1,000,000,000% better.
Probably hit the limit a while ago. Didn't it?
Probably. Probably. Yeah, it's working a lot better now. Company is saved. On day 16, we lost and saved the company all in one day.
That actually saved us.
And our XP
and
saved
our
us.
XP went up 32%.
Uh-huh.
So something tells me something.
Mm.
That is no cool.
Good. Is it working?
We may have lost it again.
Yeah, what is it? Did we not say to start from a...
I did. And it just decided to pull everything from login page.
I'll like not use it.
That's what they're trying to do now. Fucking working.
You on Wi-Fi?
Enter.
Running right now.
It was just on it. Just working though.
Your server's not working.
I was just now getting back and forth. Second ago.
Found it. It's not working.
Working.
Is it working now?
Could be.
Because it's low.
Just on
I'm confused.
prior to this prompt, so
I don't understand. It's not working. My server's off and it won't load, man.
Okay,
It's not
since-
working.
our for pulling.
You're
Let's just begin. Everything that exists. According to our balance. Logo. Text as operate life. That text. Graphics. All read. From there, let us background. Dark color. Dark gray color in the color palette. Login button. Text. Login text. Color. Login button match. Button color. And we're not changing login page, establish it. Buys a plan. Choose the best sort of route to hit.
No, can't breathe. Oh. I was passing the game about the system allowed to do it on. Everything's are not gated by writer mode. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Perfect robot.
Perfect robot. Thank you. My God. All we needed was some more tokens. Who would have thought? All we needed. More tokens.
What do you think the most like advanced, like actually useful thing is that's been made with Vine? Bridge Mine's pretty good. That's fully vibe code. But actually, I'm saying actually useful, successful products. Like what's been vibe coded that people actually vibe coding something for it to work is very fucking.
What are you talking about? What prompt it built? Talking about.
But hey, build my company. You just build my company. Thanks. Thanks, robot. Good robot.
Build. Like build and it builds a company.
Mm-hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Is one downstream transfer. This thing is fucking brilliant. It just gets me. Just gets me. Thing just gets me.
Real quick.
Good.
For my cursor.
Dude, I've been building this North Star file for like gotta be.
What?
I've been building this North Star file for days.
That's what we need. That's what we need.
It is
A North Star file.
We need a North Star. Does anyone know what the North Star is?
Well, once it's merged, merge the North Star with the
Merge.
South Star.
We need to merge with the North Star. Dude, it's
Correct,
literally been. I
actually.
think it's been 10 days. 10 days to build the data structure. Or
Oh,
loop.
sure.
10 days. Funny. Funny.
You know what? It seems things are still persistent. Old repo in terms. Oh my god, dude.
Hmm.
Fucking flies. Let's kill yourself. Adding fire if you. Still seeing colors and whatnot. Scratch the welcome login page. Work this entire page. Login function. Cool. I just entirety. Exact same. I know, but why is it here? Scratch and palette. Entirety. Oh shit.
Fuck is that?
The warehouse. The warehouse next door.
The
man.
warehouse could get fucking weird.
Warehouse next door. Drum factory. before we actually do that, the thing I want is graphics. I want to keep apply to the blank login button as well. Back. We're back.
We're back. We're fucking back. We finally made it. We have our color palette. I think we're painting the walls of the warehouse, maybe something like that.
I need to paint up in here.
The wood can get its own color palette. What are we doing?
Prepping.
Are you still prompting UI? 66?
Prepping.
Prepping. We are grepping. We're in a state of grep, constant state of grep. Complete back schedule economic. It gets it. Gets it. It gets it. It gets it. It gets it. Capture plus transfer. Okay, so one thing to make sure we have a clear distinction on, there's two types of open dialogue going on here. One that is determined and, checked for context at the start of the entire pipeline, meaning looking at the old dialogue states from the last utterance and seeing what's still open, if there is any. And then there's also the open dialogues that remain, if any, at the end of the process. So here, like in the transfer substates section, what you're getting at is the latter of the two cases. I just want to make sure that we have a clear distinction between these two. I think we need to do 50 more push-ups.
What?
50 more push-ups.
Yeah.
We'll do it after the walk. I gotta update the, we're at 2200. Holy smokes. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
How many push-ups is that per day, per minute? Can we divide and somebody count
How many
too?
per hour?
Somebody divide and count too.
So, one thing person.
It is so elegantly designed, you don't even understand. Don't even understand.
One thing I
Jack Sparrow!
It
Haven't seen you in a
actually
while, buddy.
used color outs palette for the
We are in an amazing spot. I've spent
looking at
basically
the
the
file
last,
here, you put
I don't know,
color
5 or
outs,
10
zero,
days,
five,
something like that.
five.
Completely redesigning the back end, and I'm
Color
pretty
palette,
much done with
color
that.
code for the
Wrapping it
black I
up
was
here.
talking about.
And it's just designed so beautifully,
So,
I have to
in the
say.
future,
It's gonna work. It's gonna do what we want.
any capture the
How are you doing, Jack Sparrow?
record of update. Black color.
That's good. Good. Good is good. Good's better than bad. I'm good. Our company almost went under today. We almost had a complete disaster today, but we didn't. We persevered and still here.
Off.
Could fall off. Okay, it looks like section 5 is in a pretty solid spot right now. I think we are ready to move on to section 6 now. Do the pass. Do whatever you need to do inside of section 6, and then run me through what you did, and then I'll go through it. But yeah, we had a bit of basically our cursor usage ran out today, and then we had to essentially try to sign up for a new account to, continue working instead of upgrading to the max plan, because that would have been, we don't need the max plan. 2 pro plans is probably enough, or pro plus, whatever. And in doing that, it was just like a 2-hour conniption of things just not working properly, and then he couldn't figure out all day how to do some whatever he's doing, and yep. Yep. Yeah, basically we just made a new cursor account and we got the same subscription we had.
I want no
That's basically it.
reference or login.
It's actually not. It's local to the machine. You can just log into different accounts on the same machine and it just picks up exactly where you are. Cursor operates from the machine memory, not it's not specific to the account.
Login button,
Which is something we didn't know either until we tested it. We tested it and it worked, and now we know. You just log into anyone's cursor account and start working. Doesn't matter. The context is local to the machine and the repo, which is either on the machine or coming from GitHub. Yeah, maybe it's one of the benefits of cursor that other things don't do.
That should be fine enough on.
Yeah. True. I think its cursor essentially is congregating all the context here, right? And LLMs don't do that. Like cursor's holding all the context. Okay, hold on. How come we have section 6 superseding things that it's referencing that come after section 6? That doesn't seem to make sense. Like, how come we have section 10, section 8, section 9, section 11, section 14, all the way up to 14 being referenced in section 6 when we haven't done any work on section 7 through 14? Shouldn't this probably be like the last thing that we worked on? Can you just think through the order of what we have here so far? And yeah, just think about that and come up with the best way to restructure this in order to not be referencing things out of order. Maybe it's just painting a high level picture, I don't. So what are you building these days? You got anything brewing? Am I gonna sell this? I'm gonna sell the shit out of this. You're gonna see this on your iPhone one day, and you're gonna be like, "Holy shit, I know that guy." You'll be like, "I was there." I'm gonna sell the shit out of this. This is gonna be on everybody's iPhone. This is gonna be like the new Google Calendar. Like, best case scenario is this works, and like somebody like Google recognizes it, and they just buy it, and they just make this the new Google Calendar, and then I just retire with my $60 billion buyout, and I go to the mountains for the rest of time. That's what we want. Now, can you use it? No, because it's not built yet. But do you have Discord? Once it's built, I'll get you to be one of our testers if you want. What's your Discord? Here, let me invite you here. One sec. I should invite you. Here. It doesn't have much activity now. I just made it, but we're gonna have a we're gonna have an active Discord in the future, and then also this is our YouTube channel. If you want. Yeah, this is basically meant to take over what Google Calendar is, and also integrate a lot more functionality that different other types of apps do, like fitness apps, like financial apps, like school planning apps. Like, it all just exists in one place, and it all integrates in your calendar. It's like, think of it, it's like Meta, but for it's like, okay, you know how Meta is like has Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat? Imagine if you had one app that had Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat all in one place, and that's like everything that social media would ever be, right? It's like the master app for social media. You can think of this as like the master app for your life's operating system. It has everything you would ever want to do in your life in one, you know, one spot. That's the idea. I'm a big dreamer. Yeah. Not able to get to the Discord. Hold on. Um, one sec. Think. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Here, this will work. I sent you the wrong thing, I think.
A few changes I want to make.
There.
By that, I mean promotion. And for reference, graphics sit directly. So, starting logo, let's make that larger. Not large. Oh, going off all along the left to right and
Did that link work? It did. I'll see you. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I'll keep you updated. I'll get you on the test pilot once it's time. You can be one of our guys. Okay, so intake gate. Our path modes shouldn't be able to be determined until retrieval happens. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused right now. Obviously, the intake gate does happen first, but is it not that retrieval should happen before the writer path is determined, right? Like, we need to essentially assemble all necessary context surrounding the prompt before we determine the writer path, right? Shouldn't retrieval happen before that? So it should be section 6 supersedes section 5? What do you think? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Be like, get the input, figure out, does this make sense? Okay, pause. We figured out it makes sense. We're gonna need to do something with it. Before we do anything, we need to look at the surrounding context. Yeah, hold on, it's not big enough. Yes. Yeah, so it's basically like the user gives an input. Does this input mean anything intelligible? Right? Like, was it either not silence or not gibberish? That's step 1. That passes. That's the intake gate has been passed. Then it's okay. Let's look back in the context and see if this thing that just passed the intake gate is related to anything. Then it does that by entering the writer path modes, and it will compare the retrieval context with the current input and establish what the path is. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes like a lot of good sense, good economical sense.
Couple things kind of broke. For example, logo is necessary left side of the page. Text operating off center. So recenter those. Login button. Up the also pertaining to text I'm not sure what this soft edge slide was. That's not basically 4 or 5 letters should be left time. Soft sort of like to black. Sacrifices the glory.
We're approaching walk number 2, so we walk
Dude,
number 2 very
Yes,
soon.
not even do the quote of the day. Totally falling apart here.
Who is supposed to remind? Job is that?
All of you.
We need a bag. We need a bag. By bag, I mean bag and cash.
Sure. Not always pretty. I have a better one.
Have a bitch.
Oh my god.
Knock the UI.
Can't do it.
You can't knock the UI.
You can't. I think James might be right. Dude, I'll literally one shot it right now. Okay, so okay. Okay, just to make sure we're on the same page here, basically the flow of work is like this. The LLM gets a user input, then there is an intake gate. It basically figures out, does this make sense or not, right? In the case where it figures out this makes no sense at all, either it's via silence or something unintelligible, that's essentially, it kills the chain right there. The workflow ends. The user gets a prompt and that's it. In the case where it is intelligible, before it tries to figure out whether or not it maps to something, it needs to first go and do the retrieval and context assembly. Once it does that, then it can answer the next part of the workflow, which I believe we have called writer path mode. So once the retrieval and context assembly happens, it compares that information with the user input to see if there is some sort of mapping, because this would account for some potential user inputs that would be understandable but not mappable if there wasn't, that appropriate context assembly done. It would resolve those issues. So is that the correct understanding? Are we on the same page for this? Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. What'd you expect? Oh wait, I need. That did not help. Intake gate. Yeah, intelligible. Yes, exactly. Yes, okay, you've got it perfectly. Your map is correct. Let me read through section 5 now. I think in this section we should actually come up with the explicit rules for how we do retrieval and context assembly. before I read it, actually, why don't you think about a little bit how we should go about how this retrieval and context assembly should actually work in practice? Like, what type of retrieval should be done? What type of, restrictions do we impose? Because obviously we don't want the LLM to infinitely query across all of the most recent captures. We also need to think about, are we just querying input capture? Are we also querying the scheduled deliverable, templates? We need to think about what's actually going on during this retrieval and context assembly. Think about the entire functionality of the app and try to figure out what exactly needs to happen in this layer and what type of bounds we should impose in order to get the result we want, but without making the LLM query endlessly across data that isn't relevant, right? Basically, we need some sort of restriction that says query across everything that matters and ignore everything else. So how can we come up with that? MD?
Huh?
Speaking?
I was just logging. Now we have an orange box around. Oh, is it? There always was. What? So much.
This, yeah. No. Way different. Oh no. Here it would stop. Go for it. But that's way smoother than it was. It would like glitch out at the end. As it starts shrinking.
Oh yeah, it's everything seems to be centered. Very over from
So I don't want to actually hit build
So I
here.
don't
I
actually
want
wanna
you
hit-
to.
I want
You might have
take
AIDS.
these as hard as you
I
can,
think he has.
like,
My CFO has AIDS. He has pure AIDS. My chief funny operator.
chief gay operator.
My chief funny operator.
You have a CGO?
Chief gay operator. James should be
I
the
think we're
CGO.
hiring.
James might be the
I think we're
CGO.
hiring. Yeah, Welshmers.
Hmm.
Welshmers.
So I don't actually want to click the build button here. I want you to break down each of those steps. Your 5 to-dos that you have there. I want to know what you're planning to actually implement, and then once I read through that in the chat here, I'll let you know verbally what we want to actually implement. I like Perilous Moons, Max.
A bit too.
Yeah, it's still a bit too slow.
Yeah, good one.
Still a bit too slow. So once half of the off the screen, right? On the left. And after we use this. Also just review. Actually, it looks like it's slightly different.
Yeah.
Are you prompting?
Are you
What
actually
doing?
You're prompting UI.
What are you doing?
Wow, embarrassing. UI prompting in 2.6. That's gonna work.
Dude, I'm supposed to prompt it. So just say build.
Build
my
it.
UI. That's it.
Build it.
That's not a prompt.
No.
Build.
You actually just click a button that says build. You don't tell it anything. You click build and it just knows. That builds it. What? That's how it works. You just think about it, you click build, and it builds
I know exactly what he's referring to.
So do I.
What you want to do, and it makes an entire layout of buttons and everything, and then you just click the buttons up.
Yeah, which does nothing, by the way. Trust me, I know. Trust me, believe me, I know. It's very simple. You just ask him. Can you show me your app? Show me your app.
Waiting,
No,
by
show
the
me.
way.
Show me your app.
By the way, we're still waiting.
Show me. Show me your AI business friends apps. Show me. Show me.
Hey, this is
Show me. Show me.
transforming from the accounts and makes numbers.
Show me. James, please
Okay,
show
now the
me.
scanning animation happening R2. Turn it back to the must be left screen. Left of the screen. Once it acts.
Hmm.
Oh,
Mm.
ooh. Oh.
Uh, oh my god. Okay, I don't like this idea. I don't like it. This is where this gets fucky.
Okay, that's better, but again, it's still starting again too long after. Basically, starting again when
Very
you're
young,
like
thanks.
halfway off the that's what halfway off. Take one last check. Like the side of the line. X
How am I gonna do this? Basically, what it's come up with is a deterministic set of rules for what context gets queried, but I don't know if I like that because the whole idea is that the LLM should be able to reason and figure out what it needs to look at, right? Because if you create some sort of deterministic set of rules and then there's a case that falls outside of those rules, the LLM gets bounded by that. I don't love. Okay, so let's just get aligned on something here. Basically, what you're proposing is a deterministic set of querying rules. And basically anything that falls outside of those rules would not get queried, right? Which is, in some sense, a good design because it avoids things like infinite, querying and, looking for things that are unnecessary and whatever. But my initial vision was more so the LLM would just be able to look inside of the data structure and figure out what it needs to look at and when it needs to stop. And we just need to be smart about restricting that freedom because what we don't want to have happen is there is a case that needs to be handled outside of the deterministic rules that you imposed, which would bound the LLM in a way to not be able to do its job, which it would be able to do if we just gave it more freedom. But at the same time, obviously, we do need to be careful about that restriction so it doesn't do some sort of infinite querying and it actually is doing a smart job of looking and figuring out what it needs to see. So what do you think about this difference in design philosophy? I think it's something more difficult to get right. It's something you have to design very carefully with good prompts so it knows where to go, when to do what types of things to look for. Yeah, what do you think? Ideally, it works this way. That's a lot better.
That looks great. That and the one.
Oh,
Oh god. Not bad. This gone bad?
it might be gone bad.
Huh.
Fucking weird. That's weirding me out.
That's fucking weird.
Really weird.
The more you win, the
That's poo soup.
It's actually poo soup. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Come out of me as poo in like.
What?
That just might come out of me as
Liquid.
poo in 2 minutes.
Like liquid. Liquid, not solid. You know that can't get turned solid.
What?
That can't get turned. That's stuck liquid forever, just so you know. That will come out how it went in. Promise you.
Like about the front end though. Liquid.
Mm.
Okay, the goal here now. Him signing. That where the ready to. Will actually be. Actually, how do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? Because you're gonna design this page.
I need a template. I need you to make a button that goes to a schedule page that's a blank template.
That's gonna be login page.
Yes, I'll make it the login page. And make a separate template page. The template, every page looks like it. Like there should be a page that's called template. Don't look at it in the app. Have a button that goes there. And make the home page for schedule as blank as the template, and then start building. With the as the last spots down, you put toolkits, fitness. All we should have. Template, home screen, that's schedule, and then
Template.
what template? They rename this page to template.
Landing page.
This landing page, call it template. They duplicate this exact page and call it schedule. And then say route the login to the schedule page. And then say put a button that routes me back to the template. Push. Step one. Step one, template. Thought about one. Oh, here. Establish. Page framework of a page that is applied to every. What I want to is first. Have a top banner. Plus. Go. Micro. Go. Up. All. Down. Don't add any function button right now. Apply this top banner. Apply design. Find the color palette. Have on file here.
Oh, God. Grep. Hey, grep something.
So that's fine. I think if we have a deterministic layer first, that will pretty much work in all cases if we design it well. But the question is then, when it does the LLM pass, where it potentially searches for more context, how does it know if it needs to do that search or not, right? Like, how does it actually know if what the deterministic baseline provided is enough, right? Like, doesn't that mean it's basically always going to have to do the additional pass? Right? Or is it like in the scenario where the deterministic layer didn't provide any recent context? Or I don't know. Basically, like, what I'm concerned about is how can the LLM ever know that the deterministic context bundling was sufficient and it captured what needed to be captured? Like, how could it possibly know that without doing its own query? Unless our deterministic rules are so rock solid that they just account for pretty much everything. Rock solid. Bum, 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 bum. Zing, zing. Oh, 96 attic.
Got that a while ago.
Oh, did I? Good. 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 99 tonight.
99 tonight. Cool. It's saying there was an error looking at the terminal, having trouble accessing vector icons and laptop banner file. Can you
Yes! Yes, right off my ankle. Yep. Good. No, right on the edge of the wheel. Right on my Achilles. The edge of the sharp corner edge of the plastic wheel, right on the right, right on my Achilles, right there. Good. Good. You should be a sniper. You should quit vibe coding and become an American sniper. Yeah. Just ram that one more time. Please. Yeah. Good. Stop it.
Team kicks only.
We're fighting in the office.
Oh. Right. Right.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Can you lift your leg up to my head?
Oh.
Are you too scared? Deep. Deeping. Okay. So Fuck, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? Yeah, that's true. I see. Okay, so you're getting warmer, but what you propose doesn't make sense, right? Because in the case where it says schedule gym at 5, you're saying the hot recency is a nice to have, right? Because does the LLM need a planner? You said no because it's mappable without prior context. Yeah, it's not that it is mappable, it's without prior context. It's is there prior context which maps to this, which it does need to check. And no, so it's not always the case that yes, this is mappable without prior context, but that's not the point. It's is there prior context
Yeah.
that is
I
linked to
see
this
the
mapping.
banner and everything now. So I want to make the right now the logo size itself. Enlarge that. Probably about twice the size of it. All chevron down row. Right side of much right beside it. Also keep itself center. Okay, we're coming together here. Coming together, we're grapping. And it's looking weird. Grapping. Yeah, time to go to the park.
Let's go to the boiler room.
Time to go to the park.
Coffee party?
Start a boiler room at the park?
Boiler room. Coffee party, boiler
Should
room.
we start a boiler room at the park?
Boiler party.
Boiler room party.
Yeah, boiler party.
Yeah, boiler room party.
We gotta go to the park actually. Yeah, actually. Let's really go right now. I'm gonna figure. I need a break because this is complicated. I need some space. I need some fucking oxygen. It was very complicated. Figure it out after.
What? Revert that change.
I don't think there's still line.
You're iterating it, man. Reiterating.
Reiterate.
We're gonna establish a plan for top banner. First and size itself at almost times like 1 point. This should not change the size of itself. That's the I need the bottom of the y-axis. Logo itself is changing. All chevron far away from part. Brought together. One sort of logo basically brought down. Try those now. See what happens.
Robots.
Fly. Decides to fly right in my face. Okay, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. Great idea, but a couple. Well, right now, I think you the height of that's like Life OS logo should that is in the top end. Y axis downward. Right beside you. Oh, there's a point.
Keep iterating.
Iterate more, iterate more,
And just-
even if it works,
Just
iterate
keep
it,
iterating.
improving.
And then
There's always room for
once the tokens run out, just let me know. And I'll buy
Once the
more, and then I'll
tokens
just
run
keep
out, auto
iterating.
apply to max cursor subscription.
Yeah.
Turn on auto billing.
Yeah.
And turn on demand.
Oh god.
Try and
Can't
use
get
it.
used to it.
We'll go for the world record here.
Yeah, like, we want to max out as much token use that's ever been done. Max compute in one
We
sitting.
want to catch cursor's attention here.
Yeah. We want them to notice us. Okay, I see. Then we need to reevaluate the structure of the intake here. So after the intake gating, it basically should check, is this something that can map to the data structure or not? And if it's not, then it always needs to do this type of query, right? Whether it's deterministic or not, I'm not sure, but basically, I think we might need to switch the order. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold your horses, cowboy.
Okay, that looks. Without actually doing. on arrow, or I could actually.
Just anything with an open dialogue. Like, is this? Okay, I think this is a bit difficult to think through in theory. It's something that probably needs more of a test case type of analysis where we need to actually see this thing in practice and see how well it does. And see, where it's working, where it's failing, and then probably redesign it like that, because I think you're right. There does need to be some sort of deterministic base. If you just give too much freedom, the LLM is just gonna get lost in the sauce, I think. So we don't want that. The one other thing to consider now that you've mentioned what you just did, I'm wondering if we need to actually have the intake evaluated before we do the retrieval, meaning like it should look and see if this is the case where it's non-meaningful without a context map, right? And then in that case, like it definitely needs the deliverable.
That?
Are you talking?
Yeah.
Somebody talking to me? What?
Yeah.
That 500. How much? 10 trillion? I know.
Yeah, I got a bunch of it too in that 120. I started buying it a long time ago. Maybe.
Never sell. No, guys, never sell. Seriously.
Good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I said that a month. So it never. Yeah. right now. Go in on Gap. I change the value of that logo self act. Essentially, one life or whole thing. One block.
Okay, give me the full rundown of what you propose, how this context retrieval section should work. Give me the full mapping from user input up until this point. You can even give me the downstream from here as well. I want to see your full plan as to how you think we should handle this retrieval and context assembly. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Crowd's resetting right now. See that? That is our key. Oh, I had no arrows. Oh, 308 clicks without arrows. That's a lot of XP. God. Right. Arrows here. Grab. Maybe. Price. What?
What? Sorry? Not buying money?
You have buying power.
Oh. Talk
Mm-hmm.
on it. Back down. Upward. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
5.
Probably $1 million.
7. What's the sticker on? Right now and Oxford. Buy more.
Here's my take.
Oh well.
Or gold mine. Oh, gold. Look, that sign that you're mining, gold mine. There's our agent. Okay. Oh, my company. What? Can't hear you. What? What?
I actually just like these ideas. Tied together. Logo that I can.
You're seriously prompting UI in the big 2.6?
No, I'm not. That wasn't UI.
That was,
That
what
wasn't
was
UI.
That? What was that?
That was back end.
Not prompting UI, are you? Enough of it.
Hmm?
What are you in at 120? How much did you have in? No. Finally, right. You finally up on trading. 6 years. Paid your dues. That's me. Company, but company, but. Well, in that case. Yeah, let's go.
Move. Frank Gemini. Bye.
Want to do
Fucking arrow over here.
arrow is to the right. What's it called? The chevron?
Updated. Chevron. I would like.
Chevron has
Road climbing? That? I don't know.
Have let come down. That's a good one, yeah. How's it going, worker bees?
Good.
Good, good, good. Oh, I'm not here. Oh. All right. Momentary crisis. So Abba, you got everything else you need. Oh, we got the side. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. No, he does. He does, but he just wants one that gets favored. Really best. Newton says, no, I'm gonna get it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm bigger.
Yeah.
I can shove you out of the way. Okay, come on. Come on.
That seems both function and one button. What I want to do now. Function. Yeah, so the way it is right now is self image. What we button off the not the band self image. Up. Fibers. Have to like button strip started in it. All color. Colors. Then I want to make further iteration after that, so that for now. But I like that. But first, no B. Okay. There should be no mushroom. That's all. I want to actually. It's too. I think I want to make the slightly, slightly not affect the guys at all. These adding or top button, top of the bottom of this button, bottom of. Actually, I think slightly larger. All while keep same size, button functionality. that's great. That what I want to do here. Apply a title or description to buttons. Right now, further left those buttons. This would be known as schedule button. Not to. So what I want to do is add a little label below that. Hold it in the top end. With the in for itself, I want image, calendar, calendar combination. Next button to the right, that's same there. This button is going to hits, generate an image using color, something relating to or something like okay, so I'm going to ask you a question here, but I don't want you to touch files, edit, and code, nothing at all. No edits. Kind of scan some files and see. So basically, I'm noticing apps login, everything looks phone side of it, web app side, everything is kind of not centered. And for example, on the web app graphics, also again very far to the left. Also, the text of operating scanning and text, no soft edge on the end of it. Also, as the end text and stuttering back and forth. My answer that would be again, don't right idea, but I think lighter gray icon. Although that you that should size. Try that. I'm gonna add a screen. This one.
Actually, have to complete that.
Huh?
What's the usage?
I don't really.
Yeah, number 3. Okay, what's happening? Today was something. We're gonna work out. I need to eat like a lot. Are we going to? Like, what do you want to do? Probably honestly shouldn't, given the time already. I have too much to do. Got my map. Map.
Where's my map?
My map. Okay, that mapping makes sense, barring that there's a clear description of what required target missing from pack means. Like, how are we actually evaluating whether it goes down the yes or no branch inside of section 5? And then I'm noticing here in your map, we actually have section 7 and 8 coming before section 6, which is, I don't know if that's intentional in this map or what the correct ordering should be, but yeah, let me know. Eat food right now, or I literally die.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa. Uh, okay. I like that. Apps. That's just labeled profile. Files. Temporary. For example, on the scale, I would want the button kind of find boldness attached of something. Give it a try. I don't like hurt that change. Of that change, try making text orange color. Palette, so hurt that must by but instead of hurt that change, so it's
Yeah, I'm sure.
need to join this jam.
I'm actually sure.
You need to join this jam. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of food.
It is
Be
actually.
careful, man.
It is.
Up your fucking stomach.
It is actually a lot. Thing is,
Look,
it is.
look.
Or my Wi-Fi. Sign up should be settings here. And
Good. Good. We're
Good.
getting somewhere
Great.
finally.
I just don't know how we want to handle things on the screen, like rolling, like go behind. Enter, does the band go up?
I don't think we should roll my phone.
It's scrolling, like scrolling the list. Just leave it there.
I'll say for now, leave it, and then
Anything that scrolls is just go behind. That
they will have
no line behind. There's a thin line that comes. that's great. I think the top band functionality design. One thing I most, for example, have anything body up there over that. Across the bottom of it. Attaches. How I kind of necessarily
Hey, who's jamming here? Ba-bow, ba-bow.
okay. Go punch your bag.
Oh god,
Go punch your bag.
not right now.
Yeah, not right now. Fine.
Oh.
What are you doing?
How can I know that? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. That's real good. So you're saying if any of the things that are queried satisfy D1, D2, D3, or D4, that means that we do not need to do any further querying? Is that what we're saying? Oh no, I see. You're saying the opposite. So if there is no dependency on any of those, D1, D2, D3, or D4, in previous rows that are a part of the deterministic retrieval and context assembly, then basically that means that nothing from the the retrieval and context assembly is going to be relevant for the new utterance. That's how I read it right now, which actually kind of implies the opposite of what it should be. Shouldn't it be in the case where the utterance has nothing to do with D1 through D4? That's when you should require the extra querying, right? I don't know, am I just misunderstanding this? The way it reads right now, it seems kind of backwards.
Send me a screenshot of the bottom banner.
What?
Bottom corner of the web app. Send it, man. Hurry up.
It's loading,
More
man.
compute.
Look at me.
Cloudbot should done.
Cloudbot, you're so
You're
stupid.
gonna have Cloudbot in there.
You're so stupid, Claude.
Should have picked up that I said that automatically.
Hey, what do you want? This? That's what you want. Oh, yeah, that's what...
We're gonna be finding the bottom band patches here. Essentially, banner that's across the bottom of the screen. Graphics. Have to talk or Addison left. That box bubble.
Okay.
Operate that box to R. Not add. But apply this overall color palette we tried or come up with files. So colors.
I have a really good time in Montreal this weekend.
What?
Can have a really good time in Montreal this weekend. Yeah, I'm going, eh? I got tickets.
Alright.
I'm going
You got
Mara.
Mara?
I'm literally checked into the Four Seasons.
Good.
Staying in the Royal Suite.
If you check into the Four Seasons, stay there and work home.
Okay, yeah. They'll be okay with that. Huh. Thought it would be okay if I invited Augie along. We're just gonna camp out here and work. Thanks for coming, though. Huh. You're okay with that, right? Bit more sounds. I see. The only remaining gap that I'm noticing is like, consider the case where we do the baseline query and basically there is a gate required that triggers no extra parsing is required because of, you know, the conditions that we determine, like D1 through D4 have been essentially like missed, and so the gate gets to no. But what if it was the case that outside of that pack there was actually something that needed to be a part of the context assembly. Like, it just feels like we're still not really accounting explicitly for the case where there is context missing outside of the initial deterministic pack. Unless I'm still not fully understanding this.
Good man, yeah, get a Slayer task.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What I'm doing, I'm getting a Slayer task. Getting a Slayer task. Getting a gemstone.
Crab Slayer task.
Crab Slayer task, literally. Point skipping for crab task. No? Like you don't know. Holy shiza. Holy Nelson. Yeah, please crank my ankle. Please. I need more ankle cranks today. I haven't had enough ankle cranks. Oh my god. That's stupid. That's really stupid.
What?
He's very not healthy. We up the compute on this?
Right idea. More like God I provided and sizing, coloring is fine for now. So all I can see size itself is smaller than the attached. Bottom banner size. Very similar size. Not I attached. Graphics. Attached. So since the bottom banner will be larger, that would mean that box, that bubble will apply those changes. Oh.
Holy priest. Holy.
I don't think that's good.
What?
I don't think that's good, do you?
That's not that good. It's actually really bad. This is bad. This is like beyond bad.
What? Getting me here.
Like beyond bad.
Also, this is very like wacky. Look,
What?
I didn't touch anything, but like, look, about it. It's all fucking weird. Yeah, asked it. Others.
Off the web app.
Sir, can you just build this and then be like, okay, we need a web app now?
I think we don't even need a web.
What? I think it would be helpful. I don't know.
Ask it, is it better to build a web app in parallel, build the full phone app, and then
Oh god. So, opinion, is it better to build the app in phone app or is it phone app? Start to finish? Optimize. Actually, files don't make it.
ask? the plan.
Um, um, okay. Can we solve this problem? Yeah, this doesn't work. So
Recommendation: phone first, web later. Can you open it on here?
what?
Can you open it on here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Download.
Only on iPad.
Long time.
What would happen? Allow like finding device. That works. Here on here. Okay.
What about on your phone?
No, it's normal there because I can optimize it for the phone. iPhone 16 or something. I
I'll say just tell it again. Yeah. How to make it.
Put me on the App Store, man.
what the hell's the password, man? $sign. What is it? Hersha. Hey, what's the password?
I don't know.
God, you're menu.
Yeah, I can tell what it's done is it did it.
Like, ended.
Have your phone. The page. More of a shadow. Less
On
white.
Or black.
Shadow. White and like
Logan.
Logan. Logan Paul. Who knows Logan Paul? So in the case that it does hit, it's not clicking. Okay, this is still not totally clicking. I want you to explain as simply as you can the retrieval and context assembly, and in what scenarios only a retrieval pack happens, like via the deterministic rules, and then in what scenario, very clearly and simple, would further querying be done, and then make sure you also are accounting for the case when the retrieval pack had a miss, essentially, but we still need to query deeper. Like, how do we actually do that? Explain this as simply and as cleanly and as clearly as possible. Give me essentially like a flow chart for all the different types of user input scenarios for the sense and nonsense cases, and then explain under what type of input we would go down each of the different paths, so I can clearly understand what you're explaining via a clear example.
But example. Well, the top left. Touch the button. Round shape and the scroll shape likewise. Next. Graphics. Possibly. But
Dude, how much do you think a membership on Heavy is?
Roughly
bucks.
$3.
What?
$3. That's
Yeah.
retarded. Like, there's no way you're charging that little. Their sales team must really suck.
Well, think about it. It's a very basic app. Like,
Dude, is that not the leading fitness fucking
well,
app?
they make a lot, yes, but it's very basic.
This is
It's the one that caught on, man.
We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over, and it's not going to cost $3. Sorry.
Just noticing some discrepancy. Phone app on your login screen on my phone. But great internet app or iPad. Positioning of everything not set. Graphics or partial graphics. Also check across the
Mhm.
graphics. Also animation. Bottom but top Figma, man. I need to do it. My Figma.
How does that make any? It didn't hard miss. I see. I actually understand it now. Actually makes sense. Tech. Mappable. Uh,
On the screen.
correspondent. You look deeper, if not. Still, if not. Past. I see.
This.
What?
This. Mine. Okay.
Good.
Good.
Hello.
What?
This color is not in our color. So how did it? How did it? How this? How did it get?
I don't know. I brought it over, man. Pulled it in and brought it over. It was old repo. I was doing it. I said, "Eat everything. Keep this." I said,
Oh. Anything
"Out right here, like you can't."
And the one thing is this shadowing on.
But I think like there should be like if you go look at them.
It's like a little bear.
Tiny logging.
Yeah, so But this
That guy say whoop it or something. Much. What?
let's see look how much bigger. This looks good. Perfect. This doesn't. Bigger, lighter. Good. That was gray and white. Blue. Oh, yes. All caps too.
Gonna make some matching. Popping in this image. We're just referencing it, sizing. Oh, right now I'll have to. Plug in the button. Well, plug in. Make that all apps. And with that.
Problem with this is, why does it only do a small baseline pass before?
What?
I'm talking to myself.
Talking to myself, man. Stop talking to myself.
Cool. And okay, then does the full pass should be yes or no here. Yes or no. Then it doesn't map to anything. We look deeper. If it does, how could you ever have a
Okay, I
soft
think
miss
that
if you
is
already didn't have a hard
decent
miss?
in Top box.
One
box
no
should
branch
not
here,
mix, yeah.
basically, but what do we actually want? Problem is making a decision based on purely determined. Okay, so I see a few problems with this map. The first one is that it's deciding if it should go down the stop rephrase message branch without actually looking at the full baseline pack. I don't know if your intention for that was to speed up like this rephrase message miss case. But that doesn't really make sense. Like, what if the irrelevant map context to make something that has now come back as unmappable was actually mappable, but it would have been picked up in the phase in pass 2. And then when we go down here, so first, let's say it's the yes case where it is a hard miss. Doing an extra query here makes sense. Basically, there wasn't any relevant information in the initial map pack, and we need to look deeper. then for some reason we have soft miss after this, and then we're doing another search. Like, why not just make the search bigger the first time we have a miss? So the yes branch doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess like the soft miss could maybe be in the case where you did pick up a map after the hard extra query, and then the no branch can execute. So maybe I can see some sense in that. But the main issue still is that if you go down the no branch from the hard miss, meaning it did essentially map within the pack, you would never trigger the soft miss ever. So the way the arrows are drawn right now don't make sense. Like, you would never trigger a yes in a soft miss after already triggering a no on a hard miss. And then because of that, we would never go down this soft extra query, meaning we're still in the case where we're only looking at context from pass 2, which means we still have the same issue of we haven't queried deeper in the case where we do get a match from the initial pack. Which again may cause some sort of loss of external context that lives outside of the initial pack. So as it is right now, it doesn't really make sense to me. Let me know what you think about that, and then if we're noticing the same gap, how do you think we can fix this? I think basically like what we have to do is, based on the input, there should be some sort of like deterministic check. That's fine. But based on the input, it should do some sort of smart querying across, some sort of like zone or whatever, like within some sort of restriction, in a way that looks for the rows that would potentially be related to that type of input, right? So it's not just querying endlessly and blindly. It's looking for specific targets that maybe weren't picked up in the initial pass for the full baseline pack. So yeah, that's just an idea. I don't know if that would work, but it's definitely more along the lines of what we need to have happen. Map pack. Do you know anything about map packs? I heard COD dropping a new map pack. Rust map pack. You know about map packs? You don't know. You don't.
Okay, the logo still stretched in size, not distorted, but made larger. So logo I still want to be larger. Large enough so that about half of the right screen. Half a second. So actually plugin button. Button. Actually want to sizing. Try that. That box. A lot of us. Like, that's better. I know it. But like,
Basically, cover the distance. To the head.
then if you do that on the web app, though, fucking be massive. Thing
This is the
if we did this though, this would be very distorted or actually
large. Big. It'd be like the same. To say that it should be in the same ratio, you're on any same place makes sense. Twice as big, everything should be. Or you cut design. Pocket for but to be honest,
let's do it after.
I feel like we should just I'll say fuck it, get the phone right. It's also gonna slow you down massively. Every time something comes up, you're gonna login button's a bit.
This is like, oh, telling you exactly what. Noticing a discrepancy. I want sizes. I do. Login button and mark down. Upward. Closer to right. Higher on.
Yep, that's the exact map that we want. That is the right idea, just to make sure we're on the same page. So when we are in the intelligible case, basically it's provide all the full deterministic baseline map context, and then figure out, okay, what type of input is this? Okay, let's go and search for a little bit more context that may apply to the specific type of input outside of that pack, and then determine whether or not it's mappable. And I think that's a good way to do this. And basically, we now need to be very careful with how we define the full deterministic pack. So step 1 needs to be very carefully defined. Then we need to very carefully define step 2. So how we actually classify the type of the input. I think that one's pretty easy. That's just based on, like, you know, the data structure that it would map to, right? For the input capture layer, you can pretty much classify the input type by how that mapping would go. It wouldn't actually persistently write to the data, but it would essentially figure out how it would map if it could. And then it should be able to classify the input type from there. And then step 3, where the input targeted supplement. So we basically need very clear rules for how the LLM goes and looks outside of the step 1 context, and reasons about, okay, what else should I go look for? Pixel mapping.
Oh,
Sorry, 5:30. Holy fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna go through these one by one for step one. So open dialog always has the most recent full open dialog set in the most recent input capture row. That's how it's designed. So basically, just by looking at the most recent input capture row, all of the open dialogues that exist are in there. So we don't need like 3 different rows with open dialog. We just need 1, and it explicitly needs to be the most recent input capture for that user, and that contains all of the open dialogues at that point. So you can refer to the North Star if that wasn't clear already, because that should be explicitly listed in there. Moving on to the next one, so hot recency, so last K capture rows. I don't think there's a great way to, just like pick a perfect number here. This is kind of like, trial and error and see how many rows we need. So for now, let's go with 15. If we need deeper search, then we can up the number later. If we find we don't need it to be so deep and it's slowing the API down, then we can reduce K. For now, let's go with 15, and then we'll test it. For partial fragments, so this is the one thing I haven't totally thought about yet. So this is specifically looking at the deliverable side. So basically, it should know the day that the user is talking about for the schedule, and then just go look at the most recent entries on that schedule date, like something along those lines. And then for template entries, it should basically just be looking at whatever templates the input is related to, right? Like there would be no way to come up with a deterministic set of templates that should always be considered. Actually, sorry, no. For templates, they always have to be considered. Every active template always needs to be considered, or else there's no way for the system to know if the input maps to that template. So on the template side, every template needs to be a part of this deterministic baseline. On the schedule side, it basically needs to know what day the user is talking about, and then go look at the schedule for that day and see the most recent is active version or whatever, like something along those lines, right? Like there needs to be some sort of restriction for what they're looking at in the schedule side of the deliverables. So we need to think about that a little bit more. It's not just partial fragments. I think it's a little bit deeper than that. Unless here I'm thinking maybe for partial fragments, are you referring to on the input capture layer where there's incomplete schedule and template branches? Is that what you mean, or do you mean on the deliverable side? So I did just cover the deliverable side case, but if it was for the input capture side, I'm trying to think like, yeah, I guess any of it would already be covered, right, in the last K capture rows, right? All of the partial fragments would be contained inside of those K capture rows. So if it's on the input capture side, I don't think partial fragments would have anything to do with anything. That would already be a part of the hot recency. Unless what you mean is to explicitly look outside of those 15 and try to find more incompletes on the input capture side. Not sure if you're referring to that or the deliverable side. For same day, yeah, so this is what I was getting at about the schedule deliverable. So I think that's, I'm not exactly sure why you have 10 here for that. I mean, maybe I guess because we have version history for the same day, we might want to look at multiple versions. So yeah, let me know a bit more about that. And then being only rows without action branches, yeah, that would again likely be covered by the hot recency K15. But if we want to search outside, I guess we could say, yeah, let's look for like a few more being only reasons outside of that. And then for the template routine, recent template, yeah, so if the recent template thing doesn't matter, it's basically every template should be considered in correspondence with the user input, because otherwise there's no way to figure out whether or not that input maps to a template, Right, so that's my thoughts for step 1. I don't even want to look at step 2 yet because we should really figure out step 1 before we move on. Bum, 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 bum.
Graphics. Plus. Once you narrow that, we put 6 or 7 letters up, and then about 4 letters, 4 letters on the off. And eyes are getting.
Okay, we're getting very warm now. Let's go through this section by section. So for A, for open dialogues, for your point here for number 3 inside of step 1, where you're talking about pull the host row for host version ID, this is a very strong idea, but I want to extend it further. Not only should we pull the host row for host version ID, we should also pull any rows that have memory links, like working backwards, you know what I mean? So if the host, essentially if any row has a memory link, we should include in the pack the row that memory link points to and keep working backwards until we get to a point where there is no further memory link. So we want to keep the entire chain of memory links as a part of the deliverable pack. So that's the first thing for section A. For B, for the hot recency, yeah, this is pretty simple. It's just 15 of the most recent rows. And then naturally the first of those 15 rows is the one that includes all open dialogues. For C, so you were referring to the input capture rows for that date, which I don't think that makes sense. Again, this is basically just already handled by k equal 15. And we're just looking at the most recent 15 rows. So I think it's more about the deliverable side that we want to reference, and basically everything you said checks out. We want to resolve the scheduled date, whether that's from an active surface, meaning like they're on the scheduling page for a specific day, or if they say something about for some certain date, do this, right? The default should be for today. Always, whatever day they're currently on, it should always default to that day, whether or not they're on the schedule page or not, unless there's a clear reason that it should be a different day, whether they say it explicitly or there's surrounding context that shows they're referring to a different day. So that's a decision the LLM would have to reason about. And then, yeah, essentially we need to be smart about what actually gets included in this deliverable, because we don't want to overload the LLM with token use, slow things down, and make it more expensive, all that. So we do need to be careful about what gets included from this section. I'm just reading here what you said. So yeah, a bounded summary. So the segments, for sure. I think probably segments is really all that's explicitly needed. Yeah, you let me know if you think there's anything else we need there. So here for the open design question. So version history, same day. Let me just read this. Active version only versus last end version. So yeah, there should be version history for the same day. So as a part of that pack, we do need to keep track of some number of version history for some number n. I don't know what the perfect number is. That again will probably come through trial and error, but there does need to be some sort of, ability to look back. If the user says change what I just added, it needs to be able to know, okay, what am I going back to? Right? Something along those lines. And then yeah, when the date is unknown, I already covered how we should handle that. You should always use today as default. If the user indicates anything about something specific to, scheduling something that day, and then unless they specifically utter about something different, then it should always default to either today if they're not on the schedule page, or if they are on the scheduling page, then whatever day they're currently on would be the default. And then for templates, yep, this is the same kind of idea where we need to not make the pack too heavy. Basically what needs to be included here is like the ref label and the spoken aliases, basically. To see if there is a map from the utterance to the spoken aliases. That's basically all there is to it. And then I think that pretty much goes over everything. So yeah, let me know where you think we're at after all of that. Oh, doozy. Big doozy. Big fucking doozy. You know what it's like? It's like if you were running like a CEO or something, right? You're running this company and you have this employee who's a coder, and you could just yap to him about some idea you have, and then basically you say it once, and the guy just goes, "Oh, yep, totally got it. Yep, let me go do that," and he does it in about 5 seconds. Basically, what it is. I think section 8 wrong.
Hmm?
Nothing. This makes all tweaked out over here.
What? Not quite, I think. Graphics. Off of I don't think graphics have eyes or graphics. Actually, oh, this. Literally this, the way it is. I don't graphics also all of anything these three guys. So one side. To get evenly. And with large. About 6 by Oh my god. Hot box. I keep chips into it. By watching upright box.
Yeah, okay, I think we pretty much got it now.
Holy fuck! This
For
thing is
section
retarded.
A.
Look at this.
Actually, iPad matters because you can open apps.
Done.
Okay, everything is looking pretty much there now, I would say. So for section A, you nailed it. The final context pack is basically the input capture that gets picked up over K15, as well as any memory links and post version IDs that get mapped over from the open dialog state. For section B, yep, that's very simple. That's something that we'll work on later if we need to make more changes through testing. For section C, I think we'll keep it as n equals 3. I think that's decent enough, meaning they could basically refer to something 2 versions ago, which is more than they would probably ever do, more than any context would ever be needed for the LLM. Like n equals 2 is already probably enough. So yeah, let's do n equals 3, meaning the most recent version and then the 2 versions before that for that day. And then in terms of the fields that you suggested to include, I think we'll go with that for now. It seems pretty reasonable. For templates, I think you've pretty much got this under control here. So yeah, everything that's active, and then per template we have the ref label and the spoken aliases, and then what's excluded is all the full details of it. If the parse figures out that there's a map, then it would be another downstream process that actually goes and grabs that template and either is editing it or putting it in a schedule or whatever's going on. In terms of figuring out is this a map, it doesn't really need anything more than a ref label and the spoken aliases, I think. So with that being said, where would you say we are? Or do you think we're ready to lock step 1? And should we move on to step 2?
Oh, that's good. That's gonna make us.
Try resizing the graphics.
You'll just smack the bag a bit. 10-minute bag smack. Full crank bag smack.
Yes.
Quick bag smack.
Of the next operating
Ah. Like crazy. Maybe.
I'm imagining spotlight, officer. Spotlight. ID. Spotlight. Black color. Fucking fly, man. Rips man.
Like a frog, man. Lizard that fucking baby. Yep, let's go to step 2. What are we doing in step 2 again? Just give me the overarching idea and then walk me through what you have so far.
Change our box. That's smart. Oh, come on.
Okay, so I think the idea here is in step 2 is it basically receives the input. That's step 1, obviously. And then in step 2, it basically prepares for mapping, like parsing to the input layer, like the input capture layer. That's always the first place, obviously, that a parse goes. So it prepares for that parse or attempts to make that parse. And if it does, then obviously it can figure out what type of input this is. And if it doesn't, then it would be, already rejected via the uh, the intake gate. Or then I guess at that point it wouldn't be rejected. It would go down the branch where we needed to compare with the map pack, right? With the previous context, something like that. Yeah, I think the idea is basically step 2 is attempt to do the parse, like transfer into the input capture layer basically, and then via that process, it should be able to figure out what type of input type it is based on how that parsing attempt goes. And if it can't, then you would go to step 3, where you would see, okay, is there some way, or is there anything missing from the baseline that I could do this mapping with, right? I think that's generally the idea. Let me look through what you actually proposed here. So in your overarching kind of diagram, it makes sense. You have step 1, step 2, step 3. So let me go look a little deeper here. So what step 2 is and isn't. Yeah, so lightweight classification pass on raw text. I think it should actually pretty much be the entire attempt at the parse. It doesn't persist that data at this point, but what it does is it attempts to do the parse in order to determine what type of input it is and if it does actually map in terms of being something that fits into the input capture layer, which actually sets it up perfectly for gating into step 3, meaning, what type of other context should we be looking for now, maybe to see if it does actually map to anything. Meaning, like, how can we fit this into the input capture layer potentially, where we would then decide, okay, does this go for the rejection route, or does it actually get persisted in the data? Scrolling down more here, so proposed taxonomy, so layer 1, not 100% sure what you're getting at here. 1 second, let me just look over it a bit more. Okay, so you're proposing like some sort of primary capture branch here. Yeah, you know what, now that I think about it, this is actually probably better than having to target the entire input capture layer, the entire row, because there's like a bunch of stuff that doesn't really matter in terms of figuring out what the input is. So yeah, being only like it should essentially try to map to both states of action as well as states of being, and then essentially try to figure out what the type of input is from there. Like what I think you proposed for layer 1 is pretty much what we're looking for here. Yeah, to make it even simpler than what you said in layer 1, it's basically, okay, what inside of state of being and what inside of state of action does this input map to, if anything? And then from there, we can figure out what type of input this is. Then it would go to step 3 and essentially figure out, okay, if this didn't map to either state of action or state of being, is there any relevant context that somehow I can figure out how this should be mapped? And if there isn't, then it just gets rejected. So for layer 2 here, so I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at here. Like, I guess it's some specific pattern on top of the type, right? So like a standalone, a fragment dialogue. So something more related to like, okay, should this be looking for, something previously? Is this a standalone? I don't know if this is actually necessary because you don't actually know if any of these are necessarily the case for the pattern until the context is looked at, right? Like the surrounding context, because something that appears as a standalone may actually be not a standalone, and it could be linked, say, to a previous state of being entry. So yeah, that's just my first thoughts on this. Let me know what you think about that, and then we'll go from there. Bow, 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 bow.
Oh, that was how I want sort of spotlight and fading off edges. Just a step. Visually. Yeah. That. Right as well. Getting bad. It's getting really bad.
What?
It's getting really bad.
What are you talking about?
There's like flies going
No. Then you stink. That might be why.
These burgers are
Another one. Okay, so for layer 1, you almost have it right. There is the other case where it would map to being as well of a state of action or multiple states of action. It's not that it's just being only or just states of action or both states of action. It could be all of them simultaneously as well. So that's just one thing to consider for layer 1. For layer 2, let me see what you're saying here. So, yeah, so yeah, they're basically like, yeah, you could look for some sort of signal, but I mean, I'm still not totally clear what you're trying to do here in layer 2. So, yeah, explain that a little bit more. I don't know if it's actually necessary. I think it's pretty much as simple as like this step's job is basically to determine what the type of input is, right? And all you need to do to that is attempt to map to states of being, states of action, and that's pretty much it, right? Like, why do you need to identify some sort of pattern type on top of that? Like, pretty much, like the criteria for writing to an input row is, does it fit the data structure of the input capture row? It doesn't have anything to do with, extra patterns outside of that. So, yeah, let me know what you think.
happens. That box. Bottom. Upward.
It's different, I think. So inertial robot.
Okay. Right now, spotlight we'll call it is too large. Almost like extra. Spotlight and bright white. 10%.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're pretty much on the same page then. Layer 1 is actually the only thing that's a part of step 2 here, and its job is basically to figure out what type of input capture could this relate to, and that's basically it. Like, layer 2 is actually a later job, like you correctly pointed out. That's something that goes on in step 3. So do you think we're good to lock step 2 here and add it to the phase 3 transfer contracts plan file, and then move on to step 3? What do you think?
What are you doing?
I'm fucking trying to build it, man.
What's it, the phone good or what?
Oh,
Phone's not good.
this is the phone.
All we need is
Dude, you want to try it?
yes. I would love to try.
I'm not even working on that. Fucking animation of it.
Life OS is
Also want to add a button. Also want to add a swipe up function. Sorry, man. Up for or holy cow, man.
Is there more sun outside still? I need one more like sun shot here.
What?
Is there more sun still?
Yeah.
I need like one more sun dosage.
Oh,
One more minor sun dose.
we go crank.
Yeah, like something. Need sun. Yeah, so let's do step 3 now. You completely nailed it. Basically, step 3 is when step 2 is done, and it returns either incomplete or failed. Use the missing context hints from that input to run some sort of bounded query to see if we can still map. So yeah, basically now what we need to do is figure out how do we figure out some sort of missing context cue list or something like that, like things that could potentially map, and then figure out how do we correlate that back to, okay, where do we actually look now outside of the original k equals 15 or, version history row, like, well, whatever was a part of the initial map pack. Where do we actually go look now to see if we can pick up something else? Bow, 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 bow.
Oh, the spotlight is still too large. Decrease spotlight half of the soft edge of the text. Less of it. Oh,
Hello. Okay, one thing to clarify, I'm just looking at the map. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I'm just looking at this specific section of the map now for step 3 in the case where step 2 is incomplete or failed, which is basically elucidating to the fact that we're only doing this extra query in the case where it's an incomplete or failed, but that is not actually how we designed this map before we started going through step 1, 2, and then 3. It's supposed to be that after step 2, regardless of whether it's incomplete or failed, we still do some sort of smart query across, say, like, I don't know, 3 more rows, in terms of how the input parse needs to be, like, queried against, basically. So for the incomplete or failed case, which is what we're handling now in step 3, that's one of the types of queries. But then also in the case where it isn't incomplete or failed, and in step 2 there actually was a map, we still need to essentially do one layer deeper of querying. Otherwise, we're still entirely relying on the initial 15 rows and whatever else came along with that. So can you draw out the full map here and then go through step 3 again? Basically, there should be a split at step 2 from the initial map where it's either the incomplete or failed case or the there was an actual mapping case, right? From the initial k equals 15, and then those get handled slightly differently. There's still like a deeper query, but it's in a different way, right? Like you're looking for different things, because they're different types of inputs, right? So something along those lines. Unless unless you think I'm not understanding this correctly. Uh, 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 uh.
That's more. I don't know. Boss. I'll let you. Add one version of one event. Actually, collapse versions. Position. Collapse it. Bottom of at the bottom of this half a back upward.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Really can't
What's
can't
wrong?
prompt you guys. I think James might be honest.
Really bad at it.
You know, I think James. But
Keep going.
I think they're kind of retarded, dude.
Fuck off.
What is it doing?
I gotta watch. You watch.
You do it. You try.
What is going on?
You try. Patient.
What just
Level 3. Off spot in the You know what? No, just revert that change.
know what's going on? There's two circles.
Well, you know, fix it.
Oh,
Fix it.
okay, so it still doesn't quite look like what we want. I'm looking at it very closely. Like we might have two circles essentially going across the operating system X. And what's that's doing? Double shadow thing, which is not what we want. So really simply, what we're gonna get rid of the entire outer switch. Start from scratch. Leave text exactly as it is. Here's what you need to do. Put one circle that sweeps across it so that it shows the pure white, and then you should have one larger circle around it, centered at the same circle, which is slightly more gray in coloring, so that as the sweep happens, part of the circle is white, transitions to a grayer gradient overlapping circle, it blend into black, or not black, the color of the background. So there basically needs one circle across to provide their whitemost color, and probably another circle around it that adds that grayer sort of shape shadow effect. Should not be too delicate
circles kind of doing the same thing. I think might be what's going on right now. Let's make sure we just have one clear spotlight sweeping across the text, with the innermost part being the clear white text that you see, and then towards the edges it's more gray, creating that shadow type of effect.
Oh, low jibbity. Low jibbity.
And
Oh.
it's doing it. Show me on there.
Oh,
There's two circles. Look, dual linear band. Good. So when you design this, you have to tell it. I want you to do one radial circle with a gradient. Innermost
Right,
part
all
is
that.
white, the outside is the edge. Keep it across.
hold on.
Blend.
Hold on.
Well, if I fix it in the shot, I'm ready to see what I found. Okay. I think Life OS is big. Our still. Looks like a more expensive, but it's better. This is same thing. Now, if you want more gray, you say make the white smaller, make the radius smaller. Yep, that's exactly right. I just want you to make the radius smaller now, so I don't see as much white. Yeah, just make higher gray, so less white, pretty much the same amount of gray, maybe a little bit more gradient happen quicker, and then everything else. One other thing I want you to do is to repeat quicker. So once it gets to the on the right side, it should start back up left quicker. You don't need to wait higher left side of the circle, right side of the text. The right side of the circle, right side of the text, the left side of the circle start on the left. So it feels like just talk to it, man. Let's do it. Like a snake, don't you know? It's like a snake. You know, snakes are right. Are you on Gemini? Smaller spotlight there.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we're gonna end the stream here. That is day, what day is it? 16. Today was an absolute shit show, but still good things happened.